Well, hello, 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 hello. It has been a very slow, dull, and uninteresting month of movies. So, because I have nothing to fucking talk about right now, I figured we just bullshit, hang out for a little while. We got Scream 7 coming out this week, which is going to be interesting to discuss. But yeah, Psycho Killer was the only thing last Friday. It wasn't playing anywhere near me, so I couldn't cover it. And then I'm sitting here on a Monday going, what the fuck, what about I do until Friday? There's just nothing I can think of. So, haven't done a Q&A in a while. Figure it would be fun. For those that have never joined me for a Q&A before, it always depends. Some weekdays, sometimes the days are heavier than others, but I do tend to get quite a few super chats. That's where you actually send in a donation to the channel to get your question guaranteed to be read. So those questions will take precedence. I will answer other questions in between or as they slow down or whatever. But it's not unusual for me to get backlogged for at least an hour doing super chats and stuff like that. So please just be patient. I'll try my best to get to everybody's questions. Please do not spam your questions. I promise you, I see it. You know, moderators and everybody, I've got everybody in here to help with that. But please don't spam your questions 17,000 times because then I'm very unlikely to read it. But nonetheless, hope everybody's enjoying your Monday, brand new week, and we'll kick off with a couple of questions that were not super chats because I kind of saw them as I was logging in here. Um, let's see here. Right here. If this was addressed elsewhere, I'm sure it was. You've answered multiple times, assuming 31 on 31 debrief from October is not coming. Yeah, sorry, we're not gonna be able to do that one. There was a number of reasons why. Of course, we wanted to. We always love doing them. For a lot of us and for a lot of you guys, that's the favorite part. So I'm sorry about the disappointment, but um, that was one of those just times of year where it's like we have to strike now, otherwise it's going to be a nightmare for the next couple of months for all of us to get together. For a bunch of different reasons, we were not able to strike in November and try to get that live stream done. And then it was holidays, both Thanksgiving and Christmas. And then January, two of us were out of town to LA for a weekend. Sean specifically has had a lot of stuff that throughout this entire rest of year is going to be making him very busy, as well as a bunch of other things. There's two of us that are in a totally different time zone now. It's just become a nightmare to try to get everybody on the same page, unfortunately. So because it's been so long, I mean, we're coming into March. It's a done deal. We're not going to be able to do it. So huge apologies, but you've heard it here. Finality, close the book on it. No debrief for the October one, unfortunately. And somebody also asked, is it too early to ask about the May 31 on 31? Not to compound disappointment with disappointment, but before we even got done with October's 31 on 31, this was already kind of a light conversation among a couple of us. There is not going to be a May 31 on 31 this year. It has become extremely difficult for a few of us to be able to do two of these a year with all the travel, family things, personal things going on. And it's just become very stressful, especially just watching 31 movies if you haven't seen a lot of them in and of itself, but all the editing and everything, of course. So we had already kind of started lightly discussing maybe just doing one in 2026. There was even an idea that I brought up, which don't take this with a boulder of salt because this is nothing official. Maybe do something one year where we'll do like October 31 on 31, and then in December do one of like all Christmas movies because we've all seen most Christmas movies numerous times and don't necessarily need fresh rewatches for those. Just an idea that's thrown out there. So do not expect one in May because it's just, at least this year, it was already difficult in 2025, and for a couple of us, it's going to become even more difficult in 2026. So sorry to compound and with disappointments and have two disappointing announcements right off the bat, but it is what it is, guys. We're going to try our best, but it's just gotten for the amount of time, the amount of editing, and the amount of us that have to get on the same page for it's just become very, very difficult. And by no means do we want it to start causing issues with each other. So it's better for everybody if we just go back to doing one for now. Anyway, starting off with, I got already 25 super chats, so we're going to start here first. Do you have any siblings? Just curious. I am the oldest of five. I've got two brothers, two sisters. So yes, I do have siblings. I'm 36. What is my brother? So I was born in 1990. My brother was born in 1997, so I guess he's 29. And then I've got a sister in her mid 20s. I got a sister in her early 20s and a brother who I believe just turned 20. I'm terrible with birthdays, so if they're watching, I love you, I promise. But yeah, I'm the oldest of five. When will you meet up with Uncle Sean again? Not too far into the near future. I'm going to be going to South by Southwest in Austin, Texas here in just a couple of weeks. So I'm not staying with Sean for that one because, per what I was just talking about, he's extremely busy and has got a lot of things going on. So he's not even sure how much of that festival he's going to be able to attend. So I'm going to be kind of going solo for most of it this year. But yeah, I'll be seeing and hanging out with Sean here within a couple of weeks. I'm asking because I think it'd be cool if you show him Misery for the first time in the same way you showed him Lost Boys 4 years ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So for those that have not heard the unfortunate news, Sean in one of his patron exclusive Q&As let it out of the bag that he's never seen Rob Reiner's Misery before. That's all I got to say. But yes, I would love to right that wrong, put the universe back into balance. Thank you for the donation. No question attached. Thoughts on Fincher films? My favorite director by far. Social Network is my favorite of all time. Which one is your favorite, and how do you rank top three? My favorite is Seven. I would say probably Fight Club in second, and I probably Social Network third, but I really like Gone Girl, and I really like Panic Room as well. I think Panic Room is his most underappreciated movie. It's just because it's like simpler that I don't think it gets the love of some of his more, grand movies, more Oscar nominated movies and stuff like that. But Panic Room is a really fucking solid thriller. So that is one that I would recommend checking out. But yes, Fincher, I haven't cared too much for his last few films ever since he's done like the Netflix deal. Like I wasn't a fan of Mank. I thought The Killer was okay. Benjamin Button's another one that it's decent. I don't really rewatch that one very often. But aside from those, I love pretty much everything he's ever done. And Alien 3, but we don't really count that one. He is definitely in my top, shit, I'd say top three directors. I love his style. Really looking forward to Cliff Booth. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I really enjoy Fincher. Very, very big fan. Alrighty. So excited for all the Resident Evil content. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. So for those that don't know, and I'm surprised, even though I have a link to it at the end of every one of my videos, a lot of people don't know that I have a video game channel. Now, I am not nearly as active over there as I am over here. Some of that is just with the nature of the video game industry after COVID. Like I made the channel in 2021, I believe. Maybe it was 2022. And then after that, kind of video game production kind of halted a bit after the COVID delays. So there wasn't as much to cover. I got significantly busier with this channel, especially after going full time. So I'm not as active or as consistent over there, but I've been very active and consistent for the last month. While movie content has been pretty slow, Resident Evil 9 Requiem is coming out in about 5 days on Friday. So excited for that. And so I have been going through Resident Evil Fever. I have been replaying all of the games. I've been streaming the vast majority of them. So if you like video game content, I even did like an edited video, which I haven't done in a while on that channel, where I was talking about whether or not we need a new modern remake of the original Resident Evil. So if you like video game content, if you like video game live streams, I do all that over there. It's Cody Leach Game Chamber. You can see the link to it at the end card of every single one of my videos, or just search that, you'll find it. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of live streams, and I've been finding a lot of Resident Evil fans too. The last live stream I did, I had like 150 people watching, which is pretty good for a channel with sub 10,000 subscribers. So go check that out. And yes, after Resident Evil 9 comes out, not only am I going to review 9, of course, and I'm going to stream my, at least my first gameplay playthrough, but we're going to be ranking all the games again, which with my fresh thoughts, it's going to be a very different ranking than the last time I did this, which was 2021. And I'm going to do a number of different like tier list rankings and things, like ranking the bosses, ranking the stalkers, probably ranking the protagonists, maybe even the settings. I'm going to get nerdy as fuck over there as far as Resident Evil stuff. And I've even started to I've even oh, hang on. Sorry, my daughter's texting me. I am even giving serious consideration because I've been circling around the idea and the want to get another tattoo for a couple of years now. I just can't really completely decide on which one I want. I am giving serious consideration to getting like a Resident Evil like forearm sleeve or something. You know, I've already got pretty sizable tattoos on the bicep section of both of my arms, so I can't really start there. But I was messing around with like chat GPT, like kind of like seeing what little ideas I could put together. I would not have AI design my final tattoo, but just to kind of give me some inspiration and the directions of where to go. And I messed around with it enough where I got kind of a demo idea that was pretty fucking cool. Where like it would be like, you know, the focal point would be like on your flat end of your forearm, but like it's basically Resident Evil 2 imagery bleeding into Resident Evil 4 imagery, which are my two favorites. So you'd have like Leon front and center. You would have like the RPD up here, maybe like an umbrella symbol and a few like a liquor, Mr. X, a few things around here. And then as it gets towards the bottom, you would have the village and like Mendez, Verdugo, something like that. And then at the bottom of my wrist, have like the Las Plagas symbol, something along those lines. But it was a cool enough idea, and I've got enough Resident Evil fever now where I'm like, I just might do it. I just might do it. All right. Have you seen Felon and Shot Caller? Great movies. I've seen Shot Caller. I've not seen Felon. Shot Caller is pretty good. That's a pretty good one. It's the guy that played the King Slayer, whatever his actual name is on Game of Thrones. And yeah, he, you know, has a little crime that he's not exactly a criminal, just kind of wrong place, wrong time type thing, if I remember correctly, goes into prison and prison life turns him into like a full-blown fucking like mob boss essentially. But really solid movie. Do you think Nickelback is really that bad? Well, that's random. Their album The State is pretty good. Just wanted your opinion on the band. So that is a complicated answer that is part yes and part no. You can't deny the fact that Chad Kroger and Nickelback make a ton of hit songs. They've been making hit songs since I was a teenager consistently. And there's a lot of them that, even though they might be a little bit more radio oriented, even though they might be a little schlocky, they're catchy. They write solid music, catchy music, popular music for sure. The problem that I have with Nickelback is almost entirely geared towards Chad Kroger as a person. He is so stuck up his own ass, seemingly. You know, there was a video that I reacted to years ago where he was essentially shitting all over Corey Taylor, who is the lead singer for Slipknot and Stone Sour, and was just like, just being a total fucking douchebag. Looked like maybe he was drunk, but that really turned me off to him. A couple of other things. And I don't know, their whole like, we're going to own the hate and turn it into a joke type thing. And they always got to reference it. They did like a fucking documentary about the hate and the memes and stuff. It's just, there's something about them that turns me off. So I can't deny, even though some of it I think is very schlocky and they have a template for sure, that they write very catchy music. There's part of their whole persona that really turns me off, and a lot of other people that I do think earns them a certain amount of hate. Are they that bad? No. Like, they're solid band as far as their musical talent, especially. Even if you don't like their type of music, musician wise, songwriting wise, they're pretty fucking off the charts good. And I'm sure they probably even put on a hell of a live show. But they there's just things about that band, mostly from the singer, that just it's just a weirdness there. So do they deserve some amount of hate? I think so. But are they the worst band ever? As much as it's funny to say that sometimes, and it's like the popular thing, I wouldn't say so. Even their stuff like The State, like that, it's either their first or their second album. Like before they kind of really hit and started going more radio oriented, they were kind of like a post grunge band, and there's some pretty solid music in that era too. The Long Road is actually an album that I loved when it came out. That's where they really kind of started to get heavier. What will it take? What will it take you to watch the Ginger Dead Man and Evil Bong franchise? $1,000, I'll double that. Just do it. I don't know if you're serious or joking. What I'll say right off the bat is I don't accept money to do like review requests. I used to do that for Patreon. It just got way too overwhelming and it became kind of like a shtick where people would pay money to make me watch the worst movies possible and it just got exhausting. So I stopped doing that. But just in general, I don't like doing that because if I do it for you, then I got to do it for somebody else. And then you got independent filmmakers that want me to cover their stuff. And then that sends out a weird message to them when I say no. So I never am going down any road of pay me enough money and I'll review what you want. But for the non-serious side, I don't know what the hell Evil Bong is, and I don't know what the hell Ginger Dead Man is. I'm assuming that must be a Christmas slasher movie or something like that. What will it take for me to watch that? Uh, if I get some kind of a spark to do some kind of like a B movie Christmas video, maybe. But I don't have any interest in watching either of those anytime soon. There's so many things I have to cover as far as new films and all the supplementary videos that come out of that um, I don't know, guys. Like I don't really work all that well with like the super schlocky horror side of things too, like the fucking bargain bin, back of the video store type stuff. Like once in a while you'll find some gems, but for as much as I love horror, I do have my limits of like how much badness I can really get into. And those, judging a book by its cover, to be fair, Evil Bong and Ginger Dead Man does not sound like movies that I probably enjoy all that much. But I appreciate that you would want my opinion enough to spend $1,000 on it. Big fan, first time catching a live stream and super chatting. Have you ever seen the movie Hide and Seek from 2005 starring De Niro? Love you. Well, I love you too. Thank you so much. Yeah, I haven't seen it since 2005, but I remember thinking it was pretty solid. I remember at the time it was really getting shit on because of the twist. I don't remember if it was because people said it was predictable or it was stupid, but 15-year-old Cody liked it. I don't know if it's aged well, but that was Robert De Niro and Dakota Fanning, if I'm not mistaken, where she's got like an imaginary friend or something like that. People start dying. I thought it was a solid 2000s little horror movie, maybe even a thriller. I don't remember how horror it is. But yeah, due for a rewatch, but I remember thinking it was, like 3-star movie, solid enough. Do you like 21 Pilots? Isn't that the Hey There Delilah band? That's literally the only song I know by them, if that is the case. So, do I like them? I don't dislike them, but I don't really I'm not that familiar with their music. Hey there, Delilah. If Rudy's in here, he should be laughing right now. There's an inside joke with that song that he will never live down. Where's the zombie debrief for real? Well, I addressed it earlier, but in case you put this in afterwards, we're not going to have one. It's just there were scheduling conflicts. There was disagreements about some directions to go in the future that put us on stall for a little while. There was a whole bunch of things that just made it impossible for us to get it done in November, which was literally the only time we were going to be able to do it for a couple of months. And then that didn't happen. And so then you fast forward to, the end of January, and now we're in the new year. We're all getting busier, even more so than we had planned. And it's been a number of months. And so it's just like, is it even worth it at this point? I know you guys would certainly tune in if we decided to do it in fucking May. But as of right now, yeah, it's dead in the water. We've done a 31 on 31 debrief for I think all of them except for the fantasy one, and now this one. I might be missing one, but just sometimes it doesn't work out. So yeah, we're not gonna have one. Sorry. Are you gonna do more franchise reviews again? I'd like to. It's hard for me to plan them nowadays. Like this month would have been perfect for me to plan it, but I didn't expect it was gonna be such a dead month. I actually thought that some of the things that we got this month might be better, like Silent Hill or a few other things, and it's just been such a dead month that I should have done a review series. But I'll plan ahead at some point this year and try to do at least one or two, whether it's a director one or a different franchise that I haven't covered, which there's not too many of those left, at least in the horror genre. But yeah, I would like to. I'd also like to get back to doing some of my hidden gem reviews. I did that a lot in 2024, where once a month at least I tried to do like a hidden gem review, which would never get very high views, but it would put a movie that I really love that's not on people's radar on their radar, which to me is very rewarding. So I'd like to get back to that too. It's just been so busy, but I don't think this year, as far as new films, is going to be nearly as chaotic as the last couple. Feels like it's starting to kind of slow down maybe a little bit again. So hopefully I'll have a chance to do that. Excited for you to check Scream 7. Hope you like it. I mean, I hope I like it too. I never want to dislike a movie. I just have a lot of skepticism with it. It has nothing to do with any of the controversies. It has nothing to do with any of the boycott stuff. Again, if you feel strongly one way or the other about how they treated Nev Campbell for the last movie or how they treated Melissa Barrera and you don't want to watch the movie, totally fair. That's your own choice. I think people are going way too far with it for a number of different in a number of different ways, either, attacking people who aren't on that same wavelength or trying to spoil the movie on social media and all that. I think all that's insanity. But if you take all that away, granted, I haven't watched the trailers because I don't like to watch trailers for movies that I'm already going to be guaranteed to watch. Everything that I've heard about the film before trailers came out, since trailers came out, doesn't really excite me. Nothing but love for Nev Campbell too. And she absolutely deserved to get paid what she was deserved for Six. But I was a part of that rare group of Scream fans where I was like, look, I love the original characters, but at a certain point, like you got to start focusing on different characters or killing them off or doing a combination of both, because how many movies are going to watch with these three characters surviving everything before the tension is completely gone from the concept? And so I was not somebody that was like absolutely furious that she was not in Scream 6 just for narrative reasons, because to me it was like, okay, I'm invested in these new group of characters. I don't really need Gail or anybody to show up. I'm cool with them. Now, Scream 6 wasn't all that great, but Scream 7 just, it feels like we're going to pivot back to old school Scream. We're going to put it all back onto Nev Campbell. They've already said some variation of there's no meta angle to this movie, which is weird to me. It's like, well, what's the point then? It's just a general slasher movie. That's never what Scream was. And all the possibilities, whether Stu's back or it's AI or whatever the fuck is going on, all that just kind of almost seems like Rise of Skywalker type storytelling at this point, where it's like, what do the Reddit threads say that fans want? So I hope I'm wrong. I would love to walk out of Scream 7 and say, holy shit, that was like the best sequel in this entire franchise. I hope that is the case. And I hope they're just keeping all their best cards close to the chest, but I don't know. If it's at least good and entertaining, I'll be happy, but I really hope that they have something awesome in store, because Lord knows, I think they've already talked about doing more. So I hope you have something to build off of that's good, not just a name that sells tickets. Would you guys ever consider a 31 on 31 time travel loop edition? I created a list that would include several comic book movies and a couple animated movies, but it can work for 31 movies. I will tell you that, especially between me and Charles, we have discussed probably every single idea, angle, theme that we could possibly think of. We've talked about something similar to that. We've talked about like an action adventure one where you get like Jurassic Park and Indiana Jones and things along those lines. We've talked about a war one, a Western one. Me and Charles specifically talked privately about a lot of ideas, just kind of steamrolling, spitballing ideas. So yeah, if we made every idea that we have talked about so far, you guys got 31 on 31 covered until fucking 2031. Yeah, I do like that idea because I love time travel. It would depend on the 31 movies whether I'd get super excited or not. But if you want to shoot that list somewhere in like a DM, Daniel, I'll take a look at it. What's a movie you know is bad but still love? My go-to answers for that are M. Night Shyamalan's The Happening. It's the best unintentional comedy of all time. I will die on that hill. It's a terrible movie. But if you watch it with the intention of it being like funny unintentionally and it's just like a disaster piece, it's fucking hilarious. And it's so entertaining. Then you have Wes Craven's Deadly Friend. Same thing. That is a movie that initially was supposed to be like a sci-fi coming of age romantic movie. And it's based off of a novel called Friend, if I'm not mistaken. And the way that Wes Craven originally crafted that movie was going to be a very faithful adaptation of that novel. But all the producers in Hollywood, they did the test screenings. They invited a bunch of horror Nightmare on Elm Street fans to the test screenings. And of course, when you invite horror fans to Freddy Krueger's father's next movie, they expect more of that. And it's not that at all. And so they literally forced him to artificially turn that movie into a horror film. And so the horror stuff in it is so fucking random and out of nowhere. It's like this whimsical little sci-fi, like PG-13 Amblin Entertainment type movie. And then there's a dream sequence where a dude's gushing blood out of his neck and shit. And you're like, what the fuck? Where'd that come from? And some of the things they do with Kirsty Swanson, as far as like the voiceover, BB and stuff like that, it's fucking hilarious. It is hilarious. Again, terrible movie. I wish I could see the version that he initially made, but it's hilarious. So those are my two go-tos as far as like so bad that it's good. Chat bitch here, a Disney nerd, old reliable chat bitch. Inside joke, people. If you could be best friends with any celebrity, who would it be and why? Ooh. There's a lot of different angles you can take with this. Like, do you want to be best friends with somebody who's like a billionaire so that you get invited to a bunch of cool shit? Do you want to be best friends with somebody who's like in one of the industries that you're really interested in? Or do you want to be best friends based off of somebody who just feels like they'd be fun to hang out with? I don't know. Oh, that's a good question. Okay. I feel like this actually was a dream that I had one time, which I don't know if I ever got a chance to meet Samuel L. Jackson. I don't know if I would tell him this or not. I don't know if he would receive it in the funny way that I intend it, or if it would just be weird, like I was dreaming about you. But I actually had a dream one night where, for some random fucking reason, I was hanging out with Samuel L. Jackson at his house. And I don't know why I was there. I don't know why I'm in his house before he even knows who I am. But there was an interaction that we had in the dream where I walked up to him and I was like, I love Long Kiss Goodnight. And he looked at me and he goes, motherfucker, that's my favorite movie. And then we like fist bumped and we were best friends. So that's the whole context of the dream. So I have faith that would happen in real life. But yeah, Samuel L. Jackson, that'd be a cool answer. I'll throw that in there. Let me see. Robert Englund, for obvious reasons, but also he's just such a film historian and a film fanatic that I would love to just sit and talk movies with him, because I feel like our tastes are so different and he would gravitate towards all these movies I'd never heard of and didn't even give a chance to. I think he'd be fascinating to just sit and just chat with every once in a while. I think Alice Cooper would be cool as fuck to be best friends with. I mean, that dude just tours his ass off and will until the day he dies. And just seems like he'd be like the coolest motherfucker to sit and have a chat with. Other than that, I don't know. Maybe Leo DiCaprio, and he can take me on all his cruises and shit that he does. I don't know. If you could only take Ridley or Tony Scott's films to a desert island, who are you taking? I saw Crimson Tide recently, and now I think I'm a Tony guy. That is actually a tougher question than most people would think. Now, I know there's some people that would immediately be like, are you kidding me? It's Ridley all day, because I think Ridley's highs are higher. You got Alien, you got Gladiator. You even got things that are like not quite as high concept, like Thelma and Louise, a bunch of stuff in between. But Tony Scott, while the highs aren't as high, I think he's a little bit more consistent with what he did. And you got like True Romance in there, which is in my top 10 favorite films of all time. You got a lot more fun movies that I think would be better to rewatch on a desert island, whether it's Top Gun or whatever. That's tough, man. That is a tough one. My gut instinct in this moment is to say Tony Scott, just for the fun reason. But I can't deny, like, not having Ridley Scott's movies would be painful. Not being able to rewatch Alien or Gladiator and things like that would suck. But in this moment, I'll say Tony Scott, which I know is going to be a hot take, and I would be in the minority, I'm sure. Hey, Cody, what films are you hyped to see at South by Southwest? Hey, that's me and your thumbnail there. That's pretty cool. Let me see here. I've already I've already selected all of my tickets. So my schedule is already locked in. Let me look here. Of course, Ready or Not 2, that's number one at the top. Can't wait to see that one. The last movie I saw from those directors at a film festival was Abigail. It was one of the most fun screenings I've ever had in my life, and that was my number one movie of that entire year. One of my favorite films the last 5 years. I'm morbidly curious about Chili Finger, which just that title alone is like, I need to watch this. But it's got Sean Astin, Judy Greer. It's got Bryan Cranston, even though from what I can tell, he's not actually going to be in attendance, which sucks. But it's something where Judy Greer and Sean Astin, I think, are a couple, and they're eating at like this little fucking podunk burger place, and they find a severed finger in like their French fries or something, or their chili, I guess. Their chili, hence the title. And it's about her trying to like sue them. It turns into like this dark comedy thriller. I'm in whatever the fuck that path is. Hokum, I know nothing about it other than who's involved with it. It's supposed to be a really fucking creepy movie. You got Joe Bishara, who is the composer for a lot of James Wan movies. He actually plays the lipstick demon too. Insidious, Conjuring, a whole bunch of other things too. One of the coolest composers, and I've met him and hung out with him a number of times, and he's a really fucking cool guy. He's going to be there, and so it'd be cool just to hang out with him and see him again. But that movie certainly has my interest as like they call them the Midnighters, which means like the scary movies potentially. Normal, which is Bob Odenkirk's new like action thriller type thing. Anything Bob Odenkirk does, I'm gonna watch, and especially if it's along the lines of Nobody, I'm there. Sounds like it could be like that. And then let me see here. They Will Kill You looks like it could be fun. It kind of looks like Ready or Not light, but if it's as good as Ready or Not, who the fuck cares? So that one looks like it could be fun. And then we have, what is the other one? Over Your Dead Body. So this is shit, who the fuck is in that one? It's Jason Segel. Over Your Dead Body, South by Southwest. It's Jason Segel and Samara Weaving. How the fuck did I forget that? It's Jason Segel, Samara Weaving, where they're a couple who's trying to reconnect while on vacation, only they both have plans to kill each other. Sounds like it could be fucking awesome, and I love both those actors. So those are like, what are my top 5 or whatever, and I have a whole bunch of other ones that could be very interesting, and I hope, like most film festivals, at least a chunk of these are movies that I have no expectations for that I end up loving. Like last South by Southwest is when I saw Rivals of Amziah King. Any plans for another movie brawl? Not in the near future, no. That's a concept that I love, and I'll always kind of have in my back pocket to maybe one day do. I did, let's see, I did 2 of those. I did one with Rudy, and it was T1 versus T2. Then I did one with Dave McRae, and it was Halloween H2O versus Halloween 2018. And they're fun, but they're labor intensive as far as the editing goes, and neither one of them really took off. Very similar to whenever I did Pitch Wars back in the early Cody Leach days. So I don't know. I really struggled to come up with new like game type concepts that really take off. I don't know if I just don't stick with them long enough, which could be fair. But they just don't really seem to take off out of the gate, and they don't unfortunately merit the amount of time and work that goes into it, which I have to be selective about that. So no plans anytime soon, but never say never. It's a fun thing that, once in a while, if we get like a slow month like this later on in the year, maybe I'll throw one out just for fun. I don't know if you're open to fitness questions, but what's your gym split routine? Oh no, I'd love some gym questions. So I actually have they because I've been posting about them so much, they actually invited me to be a affiliate. I have not signed up for it yet, so this is not yet any kind of a sponsored statement, but I started using this app called Heavy, Hevy. So I did 6 months with a trainer, and that wrapped up 2 weeks ago. And so I wanted to at least do a stretch by myself before I try to re-up with a trainer again. I'm sure eventually I will go back to having a trainer because it just keeps you accountable. But I wanted to do my own solo thing, and I wanted to still have the structure, being able to walk in without having to think about what my workout is or wonder or try to decide what's next. And what I like about this app was it's very user friendly. You can create your own workout. You can even put the reps and the weight if you know offhand what it's going to be, or you can just do it when you're in the gym. It'll tell you what the last time you did this exercise was so that you can always know, like, just look at your watch. Okay, I did 12 reps, 150 pounds. I should do 160 pounds or 13 reps to do better. And you can just do your workout on your watch. So you do a set, I scroll, put the weight in the sets, click this, gives me my rest time timer, which I do like 90 seconds, buzzes when it's done. All right, next set. And it's really intuitive for people that do not have a lot of gym experience, because if you just choose what muscle group you want to do that day, you can literally search for exercises based off of your muscle group. So chest, tris, lats, whatever it is, and it'll tell you the exercises, and it actually gives like an animation of the proper form. So I think it's a really good tool for beginners. That all being said, what is my workout right now? So I am actually on week 2 of this split, but Monday I do upper body push, which is basically chest, shoulders, and tris. Tuesday I do upper body pull, which is back, buys, and I do an ab exercise. Legs on Wednesday, I do 2 compound exercises, which is like squats, presses. Then I do 2 isolation exercises, which you can do abductors and adductors. You could do, you know, forward raises, things like that. There's a bunch of different machines that are isolated for legs. You can do leg curls. And then I do 2 calf exercises. Then Thursday's my rest day. Friday, I do full upper body. So that's chest, back, shoulders, and abdominal. And I try to do different exercises than I did earlier on in the week. So if I did, flat bench on Monday, I'll do incline bench on Friday so that I'm doing a chest exercise, but it's not exactly the same. And I'm hitting, different variations of the same muscle group twice a week. Then Saturday, the last day, is legs and arms. So I do 1 squat, I do 2 isolation exercises, then I do 2 buys, 2 tris. That is my current workout regimen. I've only done it for a week. It was exhausting in week 1. And this week, even on just day 1, the amount of weight and reps that I'm able to do was a bit lower than it was Monday when I started it, which is natural. My muscles are a little bit more torn and fatigued this week than they were last week. But that is my current regimen. Top 3 most underrated performances in television. Oh God, top questions are hard to do live, guys. Just to let you know, because then I have to think off the top of my head, and sometimes I'm talking so much that my brain will short circuit. Some underrated performances in television. Because people hate her character so much, which that's a discussion in and of itself. I think Anna Gunn gets incredibly overlooked for her performance in Breaking Bad when I think that she's outstanding, especially in the last season. I would say, let's see here. In Dexter, who is the underrated person in Dexter? I would actually say David Zayas, because it was shocking to me with this last season how dismissive people were of Batista, where they're just like, Batista's not necessary. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I think that guy was always the heart and soul of, the Miami Metro. So I would say him. And then for another one, I'm just basically circling my favorite shows, by the way, if you haven't been able to tell. I would actually say Kevin James in The King of Queens. I think that there's a dramatic side to his performance that you only get a couple of times. And I would say the same for Leia Remini, but there's moments in that show, and there's not a lot of them, but there's moments where it actually does get kind of dramatic. There's, a miscarriage at one point. There's a point where they're about to get divorced. And I think his dramatic chops in that show were actually undervalued because he was always the funny guy. So I'll throw those out. All right. Have you ever seen the Lost series? Would you? I have not seen one single episode of Lost. It's not likely I'm ever going to. Number one is because I already know the ending. I've already heard about it. It's part of the pop culture consciousness. And so it's like, do you want to invest seasons worth to have the end spoiled for you? Not really. Second reason why is because it would be a very lengthy show to try to go back and watch, because that was back in the day when we actually got like full-size seasons. Unless I'm mistaken, and they were like a 12-episode season. I'm pretty sure they were full-blown like 22, 24-episode seasons. Reason number 3 is the only other reason I might watch it is if my wife had curiosity to check it out, and she's already watched it without me years ago. So all 3 of those off the table. So all I've heard is, Lost, one of the best shows ever. But yeah, it's probably not likely I'm going to check it out. Unfortunately, just missed that one. Been watching for years. Well, good. Happy to keep you around, I guess. Excited for Toy Story 5 or just kind of meh, my personal all-time favorite franchise. Very meh. I was the same way with Toy Story 4, though, to be clear. To me, like, I'm usually the guy where it's like, hey, you want to do a sequel? Cool. Let's see if it's great. You want to do a remake? Cool. Let's see if it's great. I'm usually that guy. When it comes to the Toy Story trilogy, however, that might be the only perfect trilogy that I've ever seen. I'm sure there might be some others, but that there's an argument that that might be the most perfect trilogy of all time. Beginning, middle, and end, perfect. I do think you taint a bit of that by continuing the story. And when I walked into 4, I wanted to love it. And there's a lot of things that I do love about 4. I do think there's a lot of good things about it. I did not love it. And part of that reason is it's just something about, you can give me all the arguments that you want about that was the end of Andy's trilogy. This is the end of Woody's story. Well, the existence of 5 pretty much kiboshes that argument anyway. But it just did not work for me as a continuation. I was like, I don't like that. I like the ending of 3 being the ending of all of this. Continuing on, having the thing with Bonnie not wanting to play with Woody and him having to separate from the group and all, I just didn't like any of that. Now you go into 5 and it's basically that again, where it's like, okay, we're continuing on. I don't know what is left to do with these characters that hasn't already been perfectly done in the first 3, despite how fun it is to revisit the characters. And the trailer I thought was fine, but it didn't like change my mind where I'm like, oh, okay, this is a story that has to be told. Now, to be positive for a second, I do think that the whole angle of kids playing with toys and the commentary on kids playing with devices is a very relevant thing to explore. And I hope they do it in a very insightful way, which Pixar can do and has done brilliantly many times in the past, where they take something that is both an adult and a child concept and actually appeal to both and be very insightful and very profound. I hope that's the version that we get. But yeah, I mean, even having them back, like, okay, if you're going to argue and say Toy Story 4 is makes it a perfect little quadrilogy and it was necessary because we had to say goodbye to Woody properly. Well, now Woody's back. So I wonder how many Toy Story 4 fans and defenders are frustrated at the existence of 5 because of that. And it's like, well, yeah, that's what us Toy Story trilogy people have been saying. But I hope it's going to be good. I'll be there day one, no matter what the fuck I say. And I hope it's awesome. Thank you so much, Chanel, for the $5. Appreciate it. No question attached. Plans on the boys ranking because of the final season? Absolutely. I am 1 season behind. I loved season 3. I liked the first 2 seasons. I wasn't as high on it as everybody else, but I loved season 3. Season 4 got away from me. So I'm going to have to watch 4 and then watch the final season. And for sure, I will do a ranking. And this is not official yet, but there is a solid chance that we'll have Anthony Starr on Lost in the Shadows at some point when that final season is going on. So I'll announce that, and I'll of course provide a link to everybody on that. But yeah, him and Chuck, I guess, follow each other. And so that was something that was brought up months ago that is pretty likely to happen. So that'd be really cool. For me, it's not even for the boys, it's for Banshee, where I'm like, hey, Sheriff Hood's hanging out. But yes, expect a boys ranking and a review of season 5. Hey, Cody, love the videos. One of the best movie channels on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a very competitive space. So saying that I'm even in the conversation of the best is a huge compliment. Would be cool if you did a top 10 best prison movie like Shot Caller, Shawshank. Yeah, see, the difficulty with some of those themes is like, do I even have a top 10? I could probably give you a passionate top 5. And then at that point, I'm just giving you some prison movies that I think are okay. You know what I mean? Some themes aren't quite as vast. Like, you know, you could roll off a top 10 comic book movie thing in your sleep because there's fucking 80 of them at this point. Prison movies, unless I'm just forgetting a shitload of them, I mean, you would have all the Stephen King ones. You would have Shot Caller. You would have Lock Up. You would have The Last Castle. And then I kind of, at that point, I'm like, what's left? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one. But I do love a good prison movie, though. So that would be a very fun top 5 video to do at some point. But top 5s, for some reason, just don't click the same way top 10s do. It's weird. It's weird how you can have the same concept of a video, but people search top 10 and YouTube pushes top 10 more than other numbers. Top 5, top 15, whatever. Never as good as top 10. Ramadan Mubarak to those who celebrate. I am completely ignorant to what that means, but as long as it's not something crazy, yeah, good celebration to you all. We need more live streams from you, LOL. Speaking of that, let me grab my drink real quick. All right. Yeah, so I have scaled back the number of live streams that I used to do quite a bit, and the basic reason for that is that they're exhausting. Like, I will be worn out by the time we are done with this one. The other reason, you know, Q&As are one thing. But doing live streams for other things like a random topic or like me and Charles used to do a lot of them just randomly. They just don't have any staying power. Again, like I wish it wasn't this way. I wish that the YouTube algorithm would allow creators to do whatever the fuck they want. As long as you guys like it, it gets positive feedback as far as the algorithm is concerned, and we can keep rolling with it. But the more that I do this, the unfortunate reality of it is you do have to gear your content somewhat towards what succeeds. And luckily, I'm not too restricted with that to where I'm miserable or I'm doing a bunch of videos I don't want to do. I've never got anywhere close to that. But there are some things that I do like doing that unfortunately is just a bad use of my time, with this being my only income source. So there's a number of things I've had to change. We've talked about at least two in this live stream alone that unfortunately is just because I like the idea. I know some of you guys love it. We all have fun with it, but it just doesn't perform well. And so it's like, well, shit, do I plan a live stream and organize everything and get people on the same page and different time zones and do all the production work and then spend the live stream however long we do, when I could spend a quarter of that time on something that gets 10 times the amount of views? Like that's unfortunately the thing that you have to kind of weigh when you're a full-time content creator. I wish it wasn't that way. But anyway, that was just the first part of your question. I will try my best to do more Q&As if nothing else. And once in a while, we will have something that I think would be fun to do a live stream. Like if there's a really cool, like if there's a new Chucky movie or something, or something that really gears towards me that I want to have a live stream with other people with. But most of my live stream energy I spend on other people's channels, which is the other part of it too. I really like giving my time to other channels, especially smaller, younger channels, to get them some attention, give them some, you know, um, good advice, whatever, if they want to ask any questions about how I do content. And so I at least 4 or 5 a month, usually I'm on somebody else's channel. Anyway, I've always loved movies, but I thank you for inspiring me to watch more. Awesome. That is the sole reason why I'm here. Keep up the good work, brother. I watched almost 20 Christmas movies because of your tier list video. That's a lot. Hopefully, I introduced you to some really good ones, because there's a lot of Christmas movies that are just, you're like, it's Christmas, so I'll watch it, but I would never watch this otherwise. But thank you, Noah. I appreciate it. Hey, Cody, what are your thoughts on the beef between Game of Thrones and Breaking Bad fans? Personally, I've never seen much childish shit in my life. I am glad that I listened to Uncle Sean's Patreon Q&A last night when I was playing Resident Evil 5, because otherwise I would have no idea what the hell you're talking about. This is some of the dumbest shit I have heard of in a very long time. So for those that don't know, I guess there's a Game of Thrones spinoff playing right now that is apparently pretty damn good. And there was an episode that was, by popular account, pretty fucking awesome that just happened. And somewhere along the way, Game of Thrones fans got their nuts in a twist about the fact that Ozymandias, the third to last episode of Breaking Bad, is still the highest rated episode of television of all time on IMDb. And so Game of Thrones fans, to boost the numbers of whatever this episode was, started negative review bombing Ozymandias on Breaking Bad to drop it from its throne. And then as revenge, Breaking Bad fans started doing the same thing to Game of Thrones. This is exactly, for all the valid reasons that people have to not completely buy or put a lot of stock into critic review scores, this is exactly the reason why user review scores, audience review scores are fucking useless, because you can do shit like this. Now, there's some that are a little bit more secure than others. Rotten Tomatoes, you at least have to show your ticket, but there's a lot of flaws even with that system. But IMDb or Letterboxd or whatever it is, like, that is very rarely an actual valid representation of the audience, because it's always some dumb shit like this that gets thrown into the mix, where there's there's something woke about it, so we got to review bomb it negatively. And then the anti-woke people come in and, you know, give it 10 out of 10 as if it's the greatest thing ever to combat that idiocy. And so it's some of the dumbest shit ever. It's some of the dumbest shit ever. Like, I don't care how fucking amazing this Game of Thrones episode is. I guarantee you it does not touch Ozymandias. And yes, I'm biased because Breaking Bad is like fucking life to me. But that is an episode of television that is literally the climax, the crux of that entire 5-season story that has not only some of the best directing, but some of the best performances across the board of any TV series ever. Some of the most emotionally devastating stuff that has been very meticulously, slowly built up to and satisfyingly executed. And it has had the staying power where now, over a decade later, it is still the same highest rated episode for a reason. And you're telling me this episode of TV that's what, a week or two old, just trumped it? No, I'm sorry. Give it some time and maybe let the score rise naturally as people watch the show and it has a legacy. Doing this little fucking dumb internet bullshit, it's just like, Jesus, it's the most like virgin shit I've ever heard in my life. So there's your rant for the episode. Yes, it's idiotic, but that is the reason why a lot of people who are critics don't take the audience score seriously, is because it's so easily manipulated and clouded and tainted by dumb shit like that. Not to say that critic scores can't be tainted for certain stupid reasons too, but there's this tainting on both sides of the coin. Do you still plan to do Jason or Freddy hot takes? Oh God, I don't know. Did I announce that I was going to do that at some point? Maybe I did. I'll be honest with you. Until we have a new Freddy or Jason movie, I really don't care to talk about either of those franchises for any time soon. Like, there's certain franchises that I have talked about to death. Going back to the algorithm thing, you know, I'm a bread and butter horror channel. I do all genres. I've expanded significantly, especially since I went full time, but I'm known as being a horror guy. That's where I started my channel. It's where I niched down pretty early on. I've since expanded, but I will always have a North Star at horror in this channel. And so there are so many top 10s, tier lists, franchise discussion videos, editorials, whatever, that somehow have to include Jason, Freddy, Michael Myers, even Chucky to a degree, that after almost a decade of doing this, I don't have anything else to say. You know, sometimes that's the reason why I do a lot of tier lists, is because I can cover the same movies, the same franchise that I'm kind of sick of talking about, but I can do it in a different way that, at least in my brain, makes it feel fresh. I'm not just ranking the movies anymore. Now I'm talking about the weapons, or which one I'll survive, or the settings, or, you know, I'm doing something to like get a new angle on it. Jason or Freddy hot takes, I feel like you guys already know, if I have any hot takes, what they're going to be. The remake's awesome. There's my Jason hot take. You know, if somebody else can play Freddy besides Robert Englund, if they have a good script, there's my Freddy hot take. Like, so I don't have any plans to do a dedicated video for that anytime soon. I'm sure at some point I'll have a need to, but just as a general rule, for a lot of these major slasher franchises that I have discussed ad nauseum, until we get some new stuff, I'm good talking about other things. I don't think I've ever seen you talk about the movie Night of the Demons from the 80s and the HBO 90s horror film The Dentist. Do you like either of those movies? I have only seen them once. Actually, I don't even think I've seen the whole thing of The Dentist. I've only seen pieces of it because I turned it on HBO. I have the Blu-ray for Night of the Demons, and I think Night of the Demons 2 as well. And I have the Dentist collection. There's either 2 or 3 of those that came out years ago. I've only seen Night of the Demons once, and my one watch with it, I think I watched it in like 2017, 2018. I thought it was okay. It didn't quite hit for me. It wasn't like this instant cult classic for me, but I'm due for a rewatch. I don't think I've reviewed it on this channel. I mean, I'm assuming you've checked, but you'd be surprised how many people would say, I never heard you talk about it, and there's a video for it. So at some point, I'm sure I'll talk about the franchise. The Dentist, less of a reason to do so, because people really rarely talk about it. But I think The Dentist is a cool concept. Whether or not it's executed well, I can't really comment on. But The Dentist, like, just in general, I remember the poster art for that. It's just like, oh, Like, we all hate going to the dentist. You know, having somebody drill inside of your mouth is the most uncomfortable thing ever. Having somebody who's a psycho fuck doing that, pretty solid concept for a slasher. Do you think Stranger Things season 5 was overhated? I mean, most reactions when they're online, they're extreme, whether it's positive or negative. So I feel like most conversations you can say yes, but this is what I'll say about season 5. And I went through a bit of a roller coaster when I was covering it, and my thoughts have evolved even since I've dropped my videos. That's kind of the sticky thing about having to post your opinion as soon as possible, is that it can change over time. I think that season 5 is either the weakest season or the second weakest season of that entire series by a lot. I think season 1, season 3, and season 4 are damn near perfect seasons of television. Season 2, I need to rewatch it to be fair, but that's the one that I have the most negative memories of watching, just feeling like it was just really drawn out, not really doing a whole lot. Good moments, but was not the best follow-up to season 1. Season 5, again, good moments, high highs. Didn't feel like they really had a plan. Didn't feel like it was really mapped out in the most cohesive way. Felt like they wrote themselves into a corner by leaving fucking everybody alive and having to give everybody something to do. And even some of our more significant characters felt like they got shortchanged. Everything with the Mr. What's It stuff, I felt like was unnecessary, convoluted. Didn't need to be anything weird like that. Like, Vecna's basically Freddy Krueger. It worked in season 4. Just stick with that. And there are so many things about that season that I didn't even see on first glance, but after people brought it up and you look at it, you're like, yeah, can't really excuse that. A lot of logic bullshit about, like, just for an example, and there's a bunch of them that I probably forgotten about, but people were pointing them out left and right. Like, you got the big giant spider mind flayer monster, and then all the kids get on top of this fucking cliff in like 5 seconds to fucking battle them up there. I think season 5 should have been much better. So in that, I do think that a lot of the disappointment, frustration, and hate that it got was earned. And even more so, the answers that the Duffer Brothers gave to a lot of the concerns and criticisms after that season aired made it all worse, because they were all dog shit answers that actually insulted me as a viewer, where I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You really want me to buy that? Like, I gave you a pass, but the fact that you said that actually makes me want to stick your feet to the fire on this and be like, no, give me a better explanation for that, because that's bullshit. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know if they were just burnt out on the show. I don't know if they were just trying to move on to the next thing. I don't know if Netflix gave them too much of a turnaround time, which, I mean, for Christ's sake, they had years to do this. I don't really know what the explanation is for why season 5 was such a steep drop off from season 4, but it was a steep drop off. Do I still like it overall? Yeah, there's more moments that hit for me than those that don't. I really like the epilogue. Overall, I was happy-ish with where the show ended, to where I wasn't furious about it. And that was enough for me, because we've had so many shows that just ruin their legacy. And I didn't think this was quite that bad. So was it? I think it was properly hated. Put it that way. Can't thank you enough for recommending Heavy. Hell yeah. I'm glad you like it, man. I'm telling you, it's a good app. You know what I mean? Like, I kept telling people this is not a sponsored thing. And like I said, because I said that, I'm hesitant to even sign up to be an affiliate, but it's legitimately a really easy to use, intuitive app. And that's why I recommended it. Because, if you're a gym nut and you got a lot of fitness knowledge, you can navigate more complicated stuff. But most people's reason for not going to the gym or working out or getting a routine is just because they simply don't know. You don't know what you don't know. And so you have to get a trainer or have like a workout buddy with some exercise experience to really kind of break through that. Some people don't have that or aren't willing to do it. And I think that app is a really cool way. And even more so, there's like a social media aspect to it that's cool, where, it logs your completed workouts, how many sets you did, how many overall pounds you did, how long it took, your heart rate, all that good stuff. And you can post it to social media, and people that follow you on Heavy can see it even without you posting it. They can comment on it, and they can use your workouts. So like, if you follow me, you can just see all 5 of my workouts, and you can just do what I do. Not saying that I'm a genius or I'm the best, because I'm far from it. But, if you have a buddy that lives in California, and you're in Georgia and you know he's a fucking gym nut who's the man and he's got a ripped six pack and he does his workout on heavy, you can follow him and just be like, all right, what's this motherfucker doing? All right, cool. Monday, I'm doing that. So I really like that app a lot. Have you seen any Ghibli movies? Studio Ghibli? Not Ghibli, Studio Ghibli. I don't believe so. I'm not really into Japanese animation, and I'm pretty sure they're Japanese. So if not, I'm gonna get fucking roasted. But anime, all that type of stuff just doesn't really work for me. So I've never had the desire to really dive into it. I'm it's a hard enough sell to get me to watch American animation at this point. I'm totally the old man yelling at cloud when it comes to that stuff, even though there's plenty of them that I end up loving. I just don't get excited for any of them. And so I've never had the desire to really dive into Studio Ghibli. And from what I understand, they're a pretty toxic fan base. I mean, I think all fan bases are toxic just because of the internet now, but that's one where like if you don't bow down and say how genius all this is, then fuck you. And I'm like, I'm good. I'll take the 0. Hi, Cody. Loved your channel for a few years now, especially your Jeepers Creepers Reborn review. That is my most viewed movie review, which is cool and depressing in equal amounts. Always makes me laugh. Do you think they will make another, or is the franchise dead? I mean, with horror franchises, it always feels foolish to say that something's dead because it very rarely is. I just don't know how you dig yourself out with that. I mean, there's just nothing but negative. There's always going to be the Victor Salva thing, and even if they take it away from him, which they did with Reborn, there's going to be people that won't have anything to do with it because of that, just either because it's just kind of put a bad taste in their mouth or because they know at some point he's going to get some money out of it because it's his property and they don't want to support it for that reason. But that all said, like Jeepers Creepers Reborn on paper is what they should have done after the disaster that was Jeepers Creepers 3, which is get Victor Salva away from it, try to continue on. And they made Jeepers Creepers 3 look 10 times better because it was one of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen in my life. So now you have lost all the Victor Salva detractors, and you have now lost all the people who are Jeepers Creepers fans that are just trying to hang on to any glimmer of hope with the franchise. So it needs to go away for a long time, and you need to get some people that actually know what the fuck they're doing and get a decent budget behind it. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. I don't know if anybody's going to put money behind something that feels cursed. So I would say of all the franchises out there, that one is probably the safest bet to say that it's dead, at least for now. But you never know. Hey, Cody, love your videos. Have you checked out The Leftovers? Would love for you to talk about it. Is that a show? I think that's a show. I'll be honest with you. TV shows are very difficult to recommend to me because they're such a time demanding type of thing that I almost never really dive in. Like it took me almost a month to dive into Pluribus, and I'm a Vince Gilligan fanatic, which I never even ended up being able to do a review because I was so late to the party on it. So I've heard of The Leftovers. I really don't know what the premise is. I appreciate the recommendation, but just so you guys know, like TV, it's hard enough to recommend movies with everything I got going on. TV series, infinitely more. But I'm glad you enjoy the show, and keep recommending it to people that are less busy than me, because like there's still people that haven't seen Breaking Bad or Dexter or whatever every single day that are like, man, I'm glad I checked this out based on your recommendation. And I'm like, fuck yes. So keep it up. You could give one modern horror film a sequel. What would it be? Mine is Bird Box. Well, I thought Bird Box had one. Didn't Bird Box get a sequel or a prequel or something? What modern horror movie do I want to see get a sequel? 28 years later, The Bone Temple. Okay. All jokes aside. It's a good question. Just like off the top of my head, I would really like to see another movie in like the universe of Together, the movie that came out last year with Dave Franco and Allison Brie. Now that's a movie that, you know, narratively wraps itself up, but there's something about the concept of that curse that I think could be really fucking cool with a sequel or even a prequel. You know, somebody else that got afflicted by it. Yeah, that's just, off the top of my head, that's the answer that came to my mind first. What's the major difference between South by Southwest and Fantastic Fest? Do you have a preference out of the two? Well, the biggest difference is that at Fantastic Fest, it's all at one theater. So you don't have to travel anywhere. South by Southwest is at like 7 different theaters. They've got the Paramount Theater, they've got the Zach Theater, they got the State Theater, they've got the Alamo Draft House, South Lamar, which is where Fantastic Fest is at. They've got last year it was at the Hyatt. They've got like 1 or 2 more. So with South by Southwest, you have to like walk or get an Uber to different theaters, sometimes quickly, to be able to catch whatever your next movie is, depending on how you have your day planned out. Fantastic Fest, it's all at one theater. So you show up at the Alamo Draft House, South Lamar, whenever you get there, and then you're just there all day long. That's the major difference. The other difference is that South by Southwest is much more all genre and has a lot of TV as well, where just for the film and TV side, but there's also, it has a music side of the festival, it has a technology side of the festival. It's significantly bigger. Fantastic Fest is predominantly genre flicks. They do have somewhat of an all genre flair to them, but it's predominantly horror, sci-fi, foreign action movies, things like that. Do I have a preference out of the two? Fantastic Fest is probably always going to be my favorite. I had a blast at South by Southwest last year. We'll see if this year is as good or better. Despite having to commute everywhere, I still really enjoyed it. Saw some great movies. I like the vibe of the festival. It's a lot of fun. But Fantastic Fest is just a lot more, it's a lot smaller than South by Southwest. And so there's a lot more of an intimate vibe there. It's a group of people that you're standing around for an entire week. And so it's almost like the difference between seeing a concert at a stadium versus seeing a concert at a little club. And things are just a little bit more intimate that way. Plus, Fantastic Fest, the slate of films tend to be a little bit more up my alley. And the people that run it are awesome. And so, yeah, that's the major difference. But they're both great. They're both great festivals that I have a blast at. But Fantastic Fest is the one that I usually recommend higher, especially for beginners or people that haven't been to film festivals, because it's a much less stressful type of experience versus having to fight people for tickets every morning and having to fight, traffic and get the first Uber and traffic your way all the way across to downtown Austin to the next theater, all that stuff. Thank you. Wanted to rephrase this question, but if you had to delete one and choose one to write a script for, who would you choose? Raimi, Gunn, Snyder, Russos. Delete the Russos. And there's my list. You had to delete one and choose one. Delete one and choose one. Okay, 2 different questions, I think. So if I had to delete one, it would be the Russos. Now, I like the Russos comic book movies, but they're of those directors you have listed there, they're the ones I'm least a fan of. Choose one. Look, Raimi is my favorite director by a lot on that list, but I think me and James Gunn would click as far as our style, our sense of humor. So I'm going to say James Gunn. But I would love to write something for Raimi. That'd be really fucking cool. They're not far off. But where Raimi, I think his sense of humor would lean more into the gore sensibilities, like the Carnage Candy side of my brain. I think Gunn has that kind of dark sense of humor that I have that I'd be able to have a lot of fun with and push some buttons with. Anticipation for Godzilla -0. -1 was a big surprise. Yeah. That was the only Godzilla film I've ever saw that I really liked. So with that being said, I look forward to -0. I'm not like dying to see it, but I'll be there and I hope it's good. Cooking channel. So for those that don't know, I have had plans to make a cooking channel for a long time. I've teased it for a long time. And last year I came this close to launching it. And then Mother Nature said, fuck off. So I filmed 3 videos, 3 different cooking videos that are available to watch on Patreon, with the intention of getting 5 to 6 of them done and then launching last summer. And then we had the rainiest, most shitty weather summer that we ever have had since I have lived in this area of Georgia. And so my backyard was flooded, gross, nasty the entire summer. And I was like, well, there goes that, because I'm not going to film in the rain or have my, yard look like a nasty swimming pool. But the holiday season of last year, we redid our entire back patio, demolished our little tiny concrete patio and put one that's the full length of the house, got it nice and stamped, which it looks awesome. I built an outdoor kitchen outside that was like $6,000 with a gas grill. I've got 2 different smokers out there, pellet smokers and a regular smoker, stick burner. I've got a pizza oven. Some of these I already had, and a Kamado grill, all that good stuff. And so I actually have a set now. I have not had time to actually film anything since building that, but I will say the most realistic expectations for when my cooking channel, which as of right now is titled, it is titled Let Him Cook. That's the name of the channel. I thought that was pretty fun, pretty cheeky, and I was surprised nobody had taken that name yet. The most realistic expectations for when Let Him Cook will launch is this summer. That'll give me enough time to get my film festival stuff out of the way. My son's going to be graduating. There's a lot of like personal stuff with family. And then I'll be able to chip away at some videos between then and then launch it this summer, provided we don't get hit with a fucking 3-month hurricane again. But that is the update for the cooking channel. Look out for that. Hey, Cody, I listen to your videos every day during work, and I am glad to help with that because I remember how much that is needed to get through the day. It helps pass the time. Do you think Zach Cregger was the right choice for the Resident Evil movie? Absolutely. 100%. If you were to ask me before he announced it, who is a director right now that you would love to see tackle Resident Evil, that is the name that I would have picked. Now, it still gives me a lot of concern and pause, and I'm cautiously optimistic about the fact that he is doing his own original idea. It's not beholden to any of the games. And I don't know to what extent that means. Like, is it just not going to have any of the characters? They're not going to reference Umbrella. Like, to what extent is this its own thing? Or is it just its own story that, kind of like the Paul W.S. Anderson movies where there's DNA of Resident Evil all over it, but it's its own thing? I don't know. That still gives me concern because that almost never works out. Now, he's the guy to do it. I mean, shit, his most recent film is Oscar nominated, and it came this close to being nominated for the screenplay itself. So I think we're in really good hands. But my best, most realistic expectation for this movie is that it's going to be well received by horror fans, and it's going to be very divisive for Resident Evil fans. I think it's going to be a really solid, creepy, fucking weird movie that you're either going to appreciate how unique it is and that it's a part of the Resident Evil family, or you're going to understandably be yet again a Resident Evil fan that goes, nope, can somebody just adapt the fucking game, please? And I kind of have one foot in both of those worlds where I'm totally cool to let Zach Cregger do his own thing. I mean, we've had a number of Resident Evil video games that do its own thing. I mean, Biohazard, that just fucking went off in its own direction, and that's one of the best games in the franchise. It has nothing to do almost at all with the Resident Evil franchise. Umbrella gets like a little minor mention, and Chris Redfield shows up for like 30 seconds at the end, and you could cut him out, and the game's exactly the same. The movie could end up being its own version of that, which would be great. But I'm also somebody where it's like, okay, Paul W.S. Anderson did 6 movies. And I like Welcome to Raccoon City more than most people, but that one didn't quite get the mix right. Tried to do 2 movies at once, which was a big mistake. So even you have another director come in and try to do it, didn't quite hit the mark. You had a Resident Evil TV series that absolutely failed. You had a bunch of animated movies that are like, I don't know if they're standalone or they're continuations of the game. I don't really know. I've never seen them. But we've had so much Resident Evil media, and nobody has ever attempted to just faithfully adapt the first game into a movie or TV series, which is maddening to me because it's right fucking there. With the success of Last of Us, the success of Fallout, to me, it's maddening that somebody is not already like put into a green light stage of we're going to do a 8-episode season based off of the first Resident Evil game. And if this succeeds, season 2 is going to be the second game. And the season 3 is going to be the third game. Season 4 is going to be the fourth game. It's right fucking there. And so I understand fans very much that are just like excited when they heard Zach Cregger's name. And then as soon as he said, I'm doing my own thing, they're like, fuck, here we go again. What the fuck? I get it. But yes, long-winded answer. I do think he's the right choice. Hey man, how excited are you for RE9? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm at a 9. And I just leave that one notch to not overhype myself. As long as this game is as good as the last couple, whether you're talking about the remakes or Biohazard and Village, I'm happy because I have loved everything that Resident Evil has done after 6. I think it has the potential to be even better, though. The little bit that I know about it. Again, I don't watch trailers. I've watched a little bit of the gameplay. I watched when they, announced Leon. That's it. But have not seen anything since that. I know there's a trailer that shows, I guess, when he goes into the RPD. I'm like, I'll experience that when I play the game. I'm not watching that shit on Twitter. But I think it has the potential to be one of the best ones. I hope it is. But there's not many Resident Evil games that I don't really like. I mean, when I eventually do my ranking, it's going to be 16 games, and I would only be like pretty heavily negative on like 2 of them. Choose one. Choose one. Red Pill, Gunn and Raimi comic book movies only, or Blue Pill, Nolan and Russo comic book movies only. I mean, there's a side of that that's really depressing because I adore the Spider-Man trilogy, but it's pretty easily Blue Pill. I mean, you got the Dark Knight trilogy, plus you have Avengers, Endgame, and Infinity War, and Captain America 2 and 3. Like, it's that versus basically a lot of movies that I like, but yeah. I mean, it is a tough choice, but I'd say Blue Pill. What's a time you didn't like a movie at first but grew to love with time? The only one that I ever talk about, because that doesn't happen often. There's not often a movie that I grow that much or have that much of a drop over time. Usually, like, if my first viewing experience is 3.5, it's got like maybe a half a star sway over time. I'm usually pretty consistent with my thoughts over time. The one that I always go to is the Fede Alvarez Evil Dead film because I saw that in theaters opening night and I had totally bought into the marketing, even on the poster, the most terrifying film you'll ever witness. And I thought it was going to be frightening, intense, and all that kind of stuff. And it is intense, but it's much more, tonally in common with the other Evil Dead films where it's much more about excess gore and insanity and things like that, dark humor. And so I think I just walked in with totally wrong expectations. And I walked out of Evil Dead 20. What fucking year did that come out? 20. I don't remember. The Fede Alvarez one. I walked out going, it was all right. And I think it was 2 years later. I want to say it was Black Friday. It was on sale for like maybe $8 or something like that. And I bought it just to have it because I had the other Evil Dead films. And I was living single in an apartment at this time. And I remember I literally just threw it on for background noise. It was just like a random day where I'm like, I don't fucking care. We'll put this on. And within about 15 minutes, I was totally sucked into it. And I was like, what the fuck was I on when I first watched this? This movie is awesome. And it's one of my favorite horror films of all time now. So that is really the only example I can think of where I had this huge growth. Where first watched it, I probably would have said 3 stars at best. It's damn near a 5 out of 5 for me now. What is your favorite horror movie of the decade so far? Probably X. I think that's the one that I've watched the most, rewatched the most, talked about the most. Then you have the trilogy in existence, which makes me like it even more because I like both Pearl and Maxine. It's either X or Abigail. Abigail is just so my thing, but I'll say X. Oops. 2 days until Survivor 50. Yes. Hopefully it's good. 3-hour premiere. That's a lot, but I hope they don't over commercialize it. Like when they have that trailer and they're like, we got Billie Eilish and Mr. Beast on the island. It's like, fuck off. That is not what we want. That is not one single Survivor fan wants that. Everybody who's a Survivor fan, even the whole thing about we let the fans choose. You kind of let them choose, but everybody wants the old school shit in unison. That's the whole message that CBS and Jeff Probst needs to get is like, we want it the way that it was. Quit fucking with it. Back before you went full-time on YouTube, did you ever struggle with watching movies after a long day of work? How would you deal with that? I love watching movies, but most nights nowadays, I just want to go straight to bed. More so TV series than movies. Like Game of Thrones was rough, especially some of those slower seasons where like I couldn't tell you much about what happened. That's why I never really covered it that much or did like an official ranking because I just didn't think it was fair. But movies I didn't struggle with too much. There were some mostly throwback reviews, not really new movies. If I'm in a theater, I never really had an issue like trying to, dozing off or anything like that ever. But one in particular I can remember was The Prowler. This was like 2018 or something like that. I tried watching this because everybody's like, "Oh, Tom Savini, some of his best work. It's a classic." And I tried to watch it. I tried to watch that movie 5 fucking times and still could not get through it in 1 week. Every time I started, I kept falling asleep 30 minutes in. So there were times where I would, get off of work, shower, sit down, try to watch a throwback movie that I could review I would struggle with. But yeah, it was mostly that and TV series, especially if it was like an HBO type show where it's very dialogue heavy and it's not quite as action driven, where you really have to pay attention and keep track of everybody's names and all the different stuff. That those were hard back in the working days for sure. Cody, I'm excited for the con I told you about. Can't wait to meet Edgar Wright. Have you seen Scott Pilgrim? It awakened my crush for Brie Larson. Brie Larson is a very beautiful woman, despite all the internet hate. So I get it. Edgar Wright's going to be there. That's very cool. Have I seen Scott Pilgrim? Once. I saw it in theaters in a double feature with The Expendables, which was kind of a cool double feature. I thought it was all right. It was a little weird for me. It wasn't quite on my wavelength, which is the case for a lot of Edgar Wright films where it's like I like them, I appreciate them, but I'm not as high on them as everybody else. But it's solid. I'm due for a rewatch on that one too. When I'll have time to do it, I have no idea. But hope you have fun, and I hope Edgar Wright is cool to meet. Would you rather watch Freddy's Dead for 24 hours straight, no breaks in between each rewatch, or do the same with Jason Takes Manhattan? Would you rather eat a pile of shit or drink this gallon of vomit? Basically, this question. I don't know. I mean, they both suck, man. Just fucking give me the gun. Here, there's my option. I guess Freddy's Dead, just because Jason Takes Manhattan is just fucking dull. Like Freddy's Dead's at least an interesting bad, I guess. So, like that feels like that would be easier to marathon for 24 hours than Jason Takes Manhattan, where it's just like the only point in that movie that's even mildly interesting is the boxing kill. Other than that, it's just like the most dull Friday the 13th film imaginable. Freddy's Dead's extreme. It's memorable. It's just ugh. Did you like horror games? Do you like or have any experience with the Evil Within games? Love the vids. You're the GOAT. Appreciate it. Yes, I have played and beaten both of them. I think they're solid. They're decent games. Like 3.5, somewhere in there. I remember being really excited because it was the developer. I think it was the developer of Resident Evil 4 that did Evil Within, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And when you play it, you can feel the DNA of Resident Evil 4 on it. But I never liked the story of Evil Within or the main villain of that first one. The second one, at least for the first couple hours, I was like, this is much better when it was like somewhat open world. And it almost had like a Silent Hill, edge to it. But then it very quickly gets very linear after that. It's like you get a tease of it being open world for the opening couple hours, and then it turns into the Evil Within 1 again. I would still say the Evil Within 2 is better, and I would play a third game, but I'm not crazy about them. Would you allow someone to make scripts based on your pitches for the Halloween and or Friday the 13th movie? I'm a writer, and your Friday the 13th one especially had me hooked. If it's an idea that I have pitched, I would respectfully ask not to, just because I don't know what I'll get the opportunity to do in the future. I'm starting to read books. I got like a whole pile of them here. I'm starting to read books on screenwriting. And so I do intend fully at some point, hopefully in the near future, to start writing scripts. And I have many ideas. And for what I understand, when you're like a starting screenwriter, unless you just luck the fuck out or you're just like a genius Aaron Sorkin savant, you're going to write a lot of scripts that get denied or that you sell that you don't actually get to really do much with before you have like your first big one. And so, yeah, like I love the fact that you love the idea. That's encouraging for me. But yeah, if I've talked about it as like an idea of mine, I would just respectfully ask you not to, because that would be a huge bummer. You know what I mean? Like if it's my idea and then you write the next Friday the 13th movie and I go watch it and I'm like, wait a minute, that would suck. But anyway, I appreciate the compliment that is in there very much. He's talking about the most recent podcast episode. Well, I guess the week before's podcast episode on Lost in the Shadows. We had Derek Mears and Jonathan Sadowski on. both stars of the Friday the 13th remake. And there was a spot where I was talking about my ideas for a Friday the 13th script. And then I also did a video on this channel that was specifically that, where Story Breakers. I've done two. I did a Halloween one and a Friday the 13th one. And it's a podcast YouTube channel, guy Chris, where he joins up with somebody and we just like live off the cuff come up with a movie script idea, and we did Friday the 13th. So you can experience my idea in long or short form on either of those. Here we go. The live stream itches. Happens every time I stream video games too. I'll have like a 5-minute stretch where I'm like, what is going on? I don't know why it does that. I don't know if it's my mustache hairs or what happens, but I talk for a long period of time and then my nose, like right on the corner right here, just starts to itch like there's a fucking gnat on it or something. Ever thought of reviewing Giallo, Italian horror, Argento, Fulci, Bava? These films are works of art. P.S. Thanks for chatting at MegaCon in 2024. Well, I don't remember based off of your thumbnail who you are, but I'm sure it was an awesome conversation. So yeah, I wish I could go to MegaCon this year because John Carpenter and everybody's going to be there, but it's like literally the day after I get back from South by Southwest. So if you're going to that one, have fun for both of us. Along the same story as The Prowler, I tried diving into Giallo films back when I was working full-time construction, and I really struggled to get into them. I watched Suspiria, which I did really enjoy, so that was a good one to start with. But I watched Suspiria, I watched Tenebrae, and I watched The Beyond. Whether The Beyond is Giallo or just general Italian horror, I'm not sure. But regardless, I watched those three. I did not like Tenebrae at all. And The Beyond, there were things about it that I liked, but that was one like The Prowler where I restarted it like 5-6 times, could not get through it because I was just so wiped. And I have yet to go back to it. But what I will say is that I fully acknowledge that that is a big blind spot for me when it comes to horror. So I owe it to all of you and myself at some point to really dive into it. When I'll get the chance to do that, I'm not sure, but it's definitely up here as something that I know I need to do at some point because it feels ridiculous to have the status that I have. And then every time Giallo comes up, I'm like, can't really chime in. Hey, Cody, big fan of your channel. Thank you so much. I always watch your videos while I work since no video on the Nightmare weekend. Can you chat about who you met? Yeah, so that was kind of a weird con. It started off, it was a spinoff of Galaxy Con, and it was called Nightmare Weekend. And it was the first con, anything like that was going to come to Savannah, at least that I remember. And so it was a big deal. It was like, fuck yes, we finally get something. You always got to go to Atlanta or fucking Orlando. And so like the first guest they announced was David Howard Thornton, and that was like a year in advance. And it like the list only got better as it got closer. And then somewhere around summertime, they rebranded it to Superstar Comic Con. And I think it was because most of the guest list started to be like general Comic Con type guests. All the vendors were pretty much all anime that were there. And so I think that they wanted to rebrand it to try to get all fans there. I don't know if that worked out or not. And then the ultimate blow to it was this con was the weekend that we had all those TSA issues where it was like 5-hour waits to get onto planes. And so damn near 2/3 of the guest list just fucking dropped. So like Lauren Lavera, Samantha Scafidi, and Elliot Fulham were going to be there. And I had a picture scheduled with all three of them. It was going to be the first time I got to see and meet Elliot and Samantha. And it was going to be the first time since Terrifier 3's premiere that I got to hang out with Lauren. And so that was a big blow. There was a number of others, but I still had a really good day there. The bummer was I paid for a weekend badge expecting there was going to be tons of stuff. And I really could have gotten through all of it in one day. But I went there by myself on Friday when it was very slow. it was very light for a Friday. And then on Saturday, I took my girls and we had a really good day with each other. But I have a whole bunch of pictures that I can show at least. And I never ended up doing a video because one, that, you know, it got reduced down significantly. But two, because I was with my girls, I didn't want to be content creator that day. I just wanted to hang out, be in the moment with them, which worked out really well. But let me see. Let me make sure that I've got all of these. Okay. So I did post on Instagram a number of the pictures that we took like with our phones. But coolest thing for me was I got to meet Derek Mears. That was me on Friday night. I was the only person in line to get a picture with him. That's how dead it was on Friday. And it worked out in my favor because he's like, oh, this is my guy here tonight. And Derek, he's the coolest motherfucker you will ever meet. Like, I have met a lot of people at cons, and I always tell you guys, like, who are the upper echelon people. You've got Henry Winkler, Felissa Rose, Amanda Weiss, people that, like, when you meet them, you feel legitimately, and not like it's a play, like it's actually true. You feel like they're just as interested and excited to meet you as a fan as you are to meet them as somebody whose work that you value. And that's rare because there's a lot of people who are nice, who are friendly, some people maybe that are a little bit short, but you don't often get that experience where it's like, you have my full attention. I am here for you in this moment. I don't care how long we talk. And Derek is literally at the top of that list now. Like, granted, it was dead. Maybe it wouldn't have been this way if it was busier, but we just sat there and chatted for like 45 minutes about a bunch of stuff, like two horror fans. It wasn't even like I was talking with the Jason actor. It was just like two guys that met at a con were like, dude, we got the same interest. What's up? So he was awesome, and would fully recommend checking out his table if he's at a con that you're at. I think he's going to be at one in Pittsburgh this weekend, maybe. Maybe it's next weekend. And then it was a pleasure to have him on the podcast afterwards as well. I've met him once before, but we got to briefly talk with Chris Sarandon, and so got to take a picture with him. He's pretty nice too. He's the thing that's interesting about Chris Sarandon is that he's not really, doesn't seem to be a big horror guy. So I don't know if maybe he opens up more if you talk about Nightmare on Nightmare Before Christmas or Princess Bride or something like that. But of course, I'm bringing up Chucky and Fright Night, and at least specifically with Chucky, like, he doesn't even know what happened after that first movie. So like, my daughter was bringing up Tiffany, and he's like, "Who's Tiffany?" So something interesting to have in mind whenever you meet him. But super cool guy, very nice. Wait, do I have anything else? Okay. Another thing that Derek signed for me, The Predator. I got to meet The Shape. Got to meet James Jude Courtney. And what was funny about meeting him, and I'll try to get a little quicker because I know I got 101 super chats. But the funny thing about meeting him, my youngest daughter has what I call main character syndrome, where in any setting, no matter who, adults, kids, anything in between, whoever's in front of her, I'm the main character. Me, you talk to me. And so previous to walking up to James Jude Courtney, my daughter had the extreme pleasure of meeting Roger L. Jackson, who is the voice of Ghostface, as well as, Mojo Jojo and a bunch of other stuff. And he was super nice. He did the Ghostface voice for her, and he was totally locked in. That was her. Like, I was like, "Which one do you want to meet, honey?" And she's like, "Is that Ghostface?" I said, "Yeah, he does the voice." And she just goes and just gets in line. And she is not shy at all. So after him doing the voice and everything, I'm standing in line, and I'm paying, I think it was James Jude Courtney's wife, but I'm paying his, his handler, his assistant. And my daughter is already ahead of me talking to James, and she's like, "Do Michael Myers' voice." And I'm like, "Girl, it's just breathing." That's Michael Myers' voice. But he was super cool, super funny. And the funny thing about him was he looked at me and he said, "You look just like this guy that I did a movie with." And I forget the actor's name. I eventually looked it up, and I did look similar. But he signed a picture. John, whatever the guy's name was, John. And so he signed a picture after that big conversation and put "Yo, Big John," and then signed it. And I went to go walk away, and I said, "Oh," I said, I'm sorry, Mr. Courtney, but my name's Cody." And he's like, "Oh my God." Like, he gave me the name of the actor he thought I looked like. So he actually signed two of them for me, one of them with my actual name. And then he let Riley take his little doodle page, and she wrote up here, and she wrote this: "To Riley, Halloween from James." I'm telling you, my youngest daughter's a trip. And then something that was really fun was we attended a panel, and we also met the Hocus Pocus cast. So that is Max, and then Danny and Allison. And all three of them were super cool, and we got them to all three sign this picture for us. They were all super friendly, very cool to see them. And the last people that I'll talk about was we got a chance to meet Calabar as well as the mom from Halloween Town. Now, Marnie was supposed to be there as well as her husband, who plays the villain in the second one, but they were part of the TSA Nixed group. But they were also super cool. Calabar actually gave my daughter like a big balloon thing or whatever, so they were super cool. That was a very long answer, but yes. So it was a very fun time despite all the setbacks. Now, all the other pictures, like I said, are on my Instagram, like all the ones that we took with our phones. Are you open for a Q&A segment on the podcast? Maybe one day. I don't think we want to approach that yet because that's like we don't have any ideas. You know what I mean? And so I would say probably, I mean, we're at episode 25. I'm sure within the first 50 episodes we'll have something like that, but it's going to be during a time where it's just like, dude, what the fuck do we talk about? I don't know. So probably, but not anytime soon. Favorite A24 movies. I'll say the X trilogy. Just off the top of my head, Talk to Me. Really like that one. I'm sure there's some others I can't think of right now, but if I go to look it up, I'll spend a lot of time going through. Oh, they've made a bunch of movies, but definitely I would say the X trilogy is at the top of my list. Hey, Cody, you going to review Michael? Of course, of course. That'll be another one that'll be a very interesting, just like Scream 7, on what the online conversation is when that movie drops. Oh, let's see. Oh, also, if you're asking, I just realized this, the super chat about will you ever do a Q&A for a podcast? I did also do a thing where I officially branded, I think, Leech Out Loud, where I did like a Q&A more for like personal questions, relationship, life advice, stuff like that, just to have something totally different than what I do. I am very much overdue to do a second episode of that. I already have a whole section of emails. So I'll say it here just to give me motivation to actually do it. Autopstream@gmail.com. Email that with a question / story about some experience that you had at work, whether it's like a funny work story or something like that, or something like a vent session, whatever. That was the topic that I said I wanted to do second. And then I've just been so busy and preoccupied with everything else, I haven't got to it. So if I get a whole slew of emails about that, that will give me motivation to do a second episode of what's in the inbox. So get a work story or a work related question, or if you're asking about my work, whatever it is, and send it to autopstream@gmail.com. And I will do that podcast episode. I don't know if that's what you were leaning towards. Maybe I took it the wrong way, but just to throw that out there. 10-year channel anniversary live stream sausage party. Oh my God. I am sure I will do a 10-year anniversary live stream, but it'll probably be a Q&A. Sausage party live stream, no. Although I do like I like the cheekiness of that idea there. It's so hilarious that is my first video. It will never not be funny. Also, what are your thoughts on the whole Breaking Bad review bombing situation? Oh, well, I already covered this. Hopefully you saw my answer before or after, excuse me, after you posted this. In my opinion, it's just a bunch of unemployed Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones fans at war. It's idiots being idiots. It's a bunch of fucking dorks with phones just trying to find some reason to feel cool or badass. That manifests in so many bad ways online. That's just the current one. Would you prefer an Elm Street remake or Jeepers Creepers? Jeepers Creepers, correct. Favorite, oh man, you just got 3 questions here. Would I prefer an Elm Street remake or Jeepers Creepers? Well, I don't necessarily want it to be a remake. I don't think we need a remake. But let's just say, would I rather have a new Nightmare on Elm Street or, well, I'll answer your question as is. Would I rather have a Jeepers Creepers remake or an Elm Street remake? I'd rather have a Jeepers Creepers remake because I don't want another direct adaptation of the first movie in Elm Street. Would I rather have a new Elm Street or a new Jeepers Creepers movie? Obviously Elm Street. Favorite Deftones song? It's a boring answer, but Change in the House of Flies. I'm going to Scream 7 fan event to see it early. Are you excited for Scream 7? Cautiously optimistic at best, but very skeptical. And I believe that fan event is for, was it Spookala? I wish I was closer because that con looks like it has got a kick-ass roster. And the fact that they've got Matthew Lillard hosting like the screening of 7 is fucking awesome. So if that's the one you're talking about, have fun. I wish I could have gone. Plans for Peaky Blinders seasons ranking and the Immortal Man review. I don't even know what an Immortal Man is. Is that an older film? I'm not sure. But since I've never heard of it, unless it's a brand new release coming out that I'm not aware of yet, probably not. Don't hold your breath on it. Peaky Blinders, even less so. Another, television series that I've heard nothing but great things about, but it's so far away. The only motivation to go back and watch a show like that for content purposes is if it's really going to do well, and there's no chance in hell it would. Like the Peaky Blinders fans would be cool with me doing that. But even when I did Sopranos, when that felt relevant to watch Sopranos for the first time because the movie was coming out, even that ranking didn't do much. Like I said, I wish the YouTube algorithm was different. I wish you could just do whatever you wanted, and as long as it was good content, you would succeed. But it's just unfortunate that's not the case. So, you are a Nick Cage fan. Are you interested in a Spider Noir TV show coming to Amazon Prime in a couple months? It's produced by Lord and Miller. I'm more interested with the names Lord and Miller than I am with Nick Cage Spider Noir. I know that's like a riff off of his voice acting role in Into the Spider-Verse. I'm very curious about it. I thought the trailer was interesting. Having it be in black and white and color, kind of interesting. But the concept itself doesn't really get me excited. It just gets me curious. But Lord and Miller is the name that really sells it for me because I love pretty much everything that they do. Hi, Cody. Your videos helped me get through a very self-destructive period of my life. Well, I'm glad to hear that. After 6 years of that, I am now married and have a 7-month-old baby boy. Fuck yeah. I continue to watch your videos and love them. Thanks, Cody. P.S. Would love to see you direct one day. We'll see what the what the universe has planned for me. I think I got a long way to go before I can even consider doing something of that scale. I would love to write a movie and see where that goes. But thank you. Hopefully one day I'll be able to do that. But very happy to hear that you're doing better. Congratulations on the marriage and the baby. And I hope everything continues to go good for you. Would you ever follow up your cell phones in movie theaters rant? And would you say it has gotten worse or better since then? It's about the same. I wouldn't say it's gotten better or worse. Like, I don't tend to have like really bad experiences. Like, I've only had a few where somebody like is just being fucking ridiculous with it, where it's just like, you deserve to get kicked the fuck out. Usually it's people that are just like, their boyfriend dragged them to a movie they didn't want to see or something, which is still not an excuse. But I usually am able to position myself in a way where it doesn't ruin my experience. We've all done the thing where like you kick your foot up and like use your foot to block the flash, or like you do this shit or something like that. I am patient enough where I can get through a movie that way rather than have a confrontation. Would I ever follow up the rant? I'm sure at some point I'm going to have to. I kind of did when I talked about Alamo Drafthouse and their bullshit thing that they're getting ready to do. I can't fucking believe they're doing that. The theater chain that will literally throw you out on your ass for using a phone. Now they're encouraging you to use your phone and requiring you to use your phone to order food. Fuck off. Thanks for all the great content on both channels. I am glad you enjoy it. A lot of work, but if it works and everybody likes it, it's worth it. Ever seen Detroit Rock City 99 with Edward Furlong? I fucking love that movie. Love that movie. I need to get the soundtrack on vinyl, by the way. So now that you said that, Siri, remind me at 8 p.m. to look for Detroit Rock City vinyl. Why didn't it work? Hey, Siri. Hey, remind me at 8 p.m. to look up Detroit Rock City vinyl. And I apologize because I just realized me saying that now, everybody who's watching it now, they're all going to get reminders. I always thought it'd be a really sick, genius thing to do, to make like a really popular TV series where the two main characters' names are Siri and Alexa. And so the people's shit's just going off the entire time they're watching the show. But yes, I love that movie. It's very fucking funny. It is very much a hidden gem. If you're a rocker, especially if you grew up in the 70s, I can imagine you appreciate it even more. If you're a Kiss fan, all the more. It is really, really good. So check that movie out if you haven't seen it. It's about 4 losers, basically, that are doing anything they can to get Kiss tickets. Thoughts on Green Lantern and Don Knotts movies? That is random. That is random as fuck. Thoughts on Green Lantern? Cool character, I guess. I don't really know. I don't have a lot of experience. I think I've read one Green Lantern comic. I thought the Ryan Reynolds movie was okay. I didn't think it was as bad as everybody else said it was, but it certainly wasn't good. I'm curious about the Lantern show. We'll see. Don Knotts movies, I have no opinion. What The Shakiest Gun in the West is the only one that I even know the title for. I watched a good amount of Andy Griffith show growing up as a kid, but that's my extent of my Don Knotts experience. Great movie night, House of the Dead remake, Bones, Deep Blue Sea, Queen of the Dead. House of the Dead remake. I don't quite understand what this statement is. Great movie night, House of the Dead remake, Bones, Deep Blue Sea. Like scattered thoughts, buddy. So I'm sorry. I don't know if there's a question in there or if you're just making a statement. I don't know. The House of the Dead remake isn't even out yet. And then you got Bones and Deep Blue Sea and all that other stuff, which are older films. So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. I appreciate the $5, but I'm sorry. Thank you. Still waiting for your Rudderless review. That's one of those movies that I'm like intimidated to review. It's weird. As long as I've done this, movies that mean a lot to me, I'm almost afraid to review because I feel like I'm not going to do it justice. But it will happen for sure at some point. In fact, William H. Macy is going to be at South by Southwest for one of these movies. I can't remember which one it is. And if I get the chance to see him again, I'll be like, you remember me? I'm the rudderless guy. Maybe that'll be enough to motivate me. Also, your podcast with Chuck is great too. Do you plan on doing more episodes of your solo podcast soon? Oh, there you go. I've jumped the gun on your question. Thank you. I'm glad you like Lost in the Shadows. Am I planning on doing more episodes of the solo podcast soon? Per what I just said, yes. I apologize that it's taken me so long. I'm spinning so many plates as a solo production here that I often bite off more than I can chew. It's my one biggest flaw as a content creator is I promise too much. Anyways, adding to my previous super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yes, if everybody emails me, which it looks like I might have already gotten one or two of them, I will get that out sooner than later. Did you see Psycho Killer, How to Make a Killing? I didn't see either one of them. This has been a very dull, uninteresting month of movies, and I run into a trap sometimes even in January, although January has gotten better. February tends to be the shit month more times than not now, where if I do too many negative reviews back to back to back, I kind of lose interest in seeing new releases for a while because I don't like feeling like I'm the negative movie guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm just shitting on movies. As much as there's some people out there that like to say that I don't like anything, which is asinine and factually untrue and easily proven to be so. I actually get like mentally frustrated. Like when I walk into Silent Hill and then Iron Lung and then Mortuary's Assistant, and then like I'm like 4 or 5, 6 movies in a row where at best one of them's okay, which would the Wuthering Heights would be that one. Like didn't really like it, but it's tolerable, and all the other ones are like 1 out of 5s. I have to like pump the brakes because I'm like, okay, I don't like that perception. I don't like the way that it makes me feels. I get frustrated making the videos because I'm like, here we go. I got to shit on another movie within the same calendar month. So Psycho Killer had 2 things going against it. One, it was not playing near me with the exception of the shittiest theater by a landslide near me that I basically despise going to. And it would take a lot to make me go there. Added in with the fact that everybody I know that did see it said that it was awful and like one of the easily worst movie they've seen all year. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to go out of my way or sit at a shitty theater to watch that. Nor do I want to have another 1 out of 5 or less review. How to Make a Killing, I just didn't have any interest in. So that's one I just didn't watch because I was just like, all right, I'm kind of fatigued with going to the theater. I'll wait till screen. Growing up, what were your most anticipated movies you couldn't wait to see in theaters? Mine were Freddy vs. Jason, Spider-Man 3, and Terminator Salvation. Freddy vs. Jason by a landslide is the one that I was most psycho level with hype. Like ever since I accidentally came across the movie website back when we used to get those and found out that thing was real and saw the trailer and all its shitty dial-up glory, I was obsessed with that fucking thing. I mean, I was at that time, and I've never been this way since. And I was never that way before. I was going through message boards, trying to find any hints, leaks about the movie. Like I was Freddy versus Jason all day, every day, sun up to sundown for months before that movie came out. And even after I saw it in theaters, I continued to be that way until the movie came out on DVD. I actually wrote, this is back when we had like message boards and shit. I actually started writing a script for a script. It was just like an actual story. You know, I was a teenager at the time. I started writing like a narrative version of a Freddy versus Jason 2 that would have Michael Myers in it. You know, 13-year-old me in message boards. So I was the entirety of 2003 and part of 2004. It was all Freddy versus Jason. Have you seen Society and Sane Body Horror? I know you're a busy man, but if you haven't, I recommend. Newish fan and really enjoying your content. Well, I appreciate it. I have not seen Society, although I do know the poster. I have like a photographic memory when it comes to movie posters and box art, but I have not seen that one. But I will throw it on my CVS style list of things that I should watch. Appreciate the recommendation, though. Your favorite Resident Evil movie, game, character? My favorite Resident Evil movie is Resident Evil Apocalypse. Followed closely by Welcome to Raccoon City. I really do like that movie. I think it gets a lot of things right, but it's definitely, it should have been a lot better. Favorite game is Resident Evil 4, either variation. That was the original was my introduction to the series, and I think the remake improves most about that game, and it is a fantastic remake. Favorite character is Leon. Again, basic answer, boring answer. But he's in 2 and 4, which are my two favorites. I think he's easily the most interesting of any of the male characters for certain, but even some of the female ones. There's just something underdog about him that I really like and resonate with, where like Chris, and I like a lot of these characters, so I don't mean to like go negative on him, but like Chris is just like generic soldier meathead guy throughout most of the series. Jill, definitely my number 2. Claire is awesome, but she's so underutilized. It's like, where the fuck is Claire? Claire should be in a game next. If she doesn't show up in 9, which who knows if she will. But yeah, yes, those are the answer to all 3 of yours. Sorry, I don't know where I was trying to wrap all that back up. I might have to answer some of these a little quicker because I'm still staring at 96 super chats. So I'm probably, what's it, 425? I'm an entire hour and a half behind. I told you this is what happens. Hey, Cody, love all the content. Did you end up checking out Psycho Killer? Very bad movie. Figured we'd get a rant about it from you. Well, I just answered that question. So sorry that you give me $5 to hear the same answer. But no, I did not see it. I had it on good authority. It was awful. And I didn't want to watch another awful movie. Watching your Wrong Turn reviews have become my comfort background work sound. I wish I could crack the code on how to be equally as entertaining when I love something as I am when I hate something. Because it bums me out, even though I appreciate it, that everybody's favorite content from me and the content that performs the best is me ranting. I know I can rant like anybody else. Like it's a skill that I have, so I get it. I just got to figure out how to hone that energy for when I love something without feeling like a shill. But I'm glad you enjoy it. That was a fun review series. You know, that's the silver lining when you watch some shit movies, when you have the skill set that I have, is like, well, this is going to make for some fun reviews regardless. Have you seen Blood Diner? No, but another one that I have the box art in my head right now. It's a batshit insane horror comedy, one of my favorites. I always have the need to introduce more people to it. Here we go with Itches again. Oh, hopefully one day I'll check it out. But no, I have not seen it. What are your thoughts on the movie Secondhand Lions? Man, another one I have not seen. It's always been a favorite of mine. Love both your channels. You've quickly become one of my favorite YouTubers. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's a movie that I was interested in checking out back when the trailers came out when I was a teenager, and then just never got around to it. I've got it on good authority that it's a really good movie. I think Uncle Sean might have been the one that recommended it. So one day I would like to check that off the list. And this year I'm making a conscious effort to watch more movies that I've never seen before instead of always relying on comfort movies. And I've done pretty good about that so far. Not so much in February because I was kind of burnt out. But I'll throw that on the list of things for like a random night. If I'm not watching anything and don't have any particulars, I'll just throw that on if I can find it. I think it's ridiculous that I say if I can find it, even though I'm subscribed to literally every fucking streaming service, and you'll still get movies that's like, not on any of them, but you want to buy them? You want to rent them? What are you looking forward to most about RE9 on Friday? Did you buy the collector's edition steelbook? I did not buy the steelbook. As much as I am a physical media whore, when it comes to movies and vinyl, I have kind of lost that with video games for two main reasons. Number one is space. If I bought every video game, this would be a fucking storage shed. This room, I just can't sustain any more of it. I literally have to build new movie shelves because this is max capacity, and I've got all this shit sitting here that are mostly Blu-rays that I don't have a spot for. Second reason is I have multiple PS5s and Xboxes throughout my house, and I've become really addicted to the convenience of if I play something in here and the game saves or whatever, if I go downstairs and turn on that PS5, it just syncs my cloud data and I start right where I was. Whereas if you have a disc, you physically have to take the disc out and take it downstairs if you want to play it, which aggravates the shit out of me. It is absolutely a first world problem, but I have become very addicted to that. And so I have all but stopped buying physical media for games. Now, I did pre-order the deluxe edition or whatever, but it's digital. What am I most looking forward to? Going back to the RPD as Leon. Easy answer. Blu-ray collection update. Also, my super chat was for a cooking channel update. Cooking channel earlier. I think I answered your question appropriately anyway. Blu-ray collection update. So per what I just said, I have wood that I bought, cut, sanded, and then my wife stained black with the intention of building these shelves in January. But then I got sick for a couple of weeks and got busy, so it got pushed to the back burner. But I'm going to have to do it before I leave for South by Southwest. So my plan is to box up all these Blu-rays, get rid of these shelves, build my new shelves, which are actually going to be attached to my wall and go all the way up here to where the vaulted ceiling is. And then at long last, do an updated Blu-ray collection video, which not just off the shelves, like a whole enchilada thing. Like I did like in 2019 or something like that. I did one that was like 1,800 movies that I showed off. Now it's going to be like 2,200. So that is my basic plan, but just saying it already exhausts me because that's a lot of work. But that's what I have to do. I have to get rid of all this. I have to build new shelves, and then I have to find out where I'm going to put all this stuff here, which is a bummer that now I'm not going to have any space for that. But I have to figure out how to reconfigure this room a little bit. So I don't have a date to tell you. Hopefully sometime in March or April. But that is what is kind of on the docket. Would love to hear your thoughts on Ice Nine Kills as a horror and metal fan. To be fair, I haven't really given them a fair chance. I haven't really like dove into their music so much, but the few songs that I have heard hasn't done a whole lot for me. They had a Chucky song that everybody and their mother sent to me. Didn't really do much for me. I've heard bits of this new Scream song. Doesn't do a whole lot for me. I like the Art the Clown song. That one was pretty good. But yeah, for as much as I should absolutely be a huge fan, I haven't been hooked yet. Which is your favorite song from the Rocky movies? Burning Heart. What is your process for creating videos? How many people on your team? Programs you use? Production, writing scripts, editing, the time it takes? One, I do everything. I do the planning, the emails, the communication, the recording, the editing, the commenting. It's all me. What is my process? A lot of videos are planned out. Like I have a calendar to the right of me, a digital one that at the beginning of the year, every single new release, I put the date of when I'm going to review it and what other supplementary videos, rankings, whatever. And then I'll fill in the gaps as time gets to it because I don't like to plan myself out too much. I like to have a little spontaneity. But most times I record the video, take the memory cards and immediately edit it and then post it right afterwards. Most videos are all done in the same day. And depending on the video, like a regular new release movie review from the time that I sit down to the time that you're watching it is about 3 hours. Longer videos like tier lists and stuff like that, obviously it depends on how big, how ambitious it is. Like it took me probably from the time I sat down to record it, plus the amount of time to edit it, and making the thumbnail and everything, like that millennial horror tier list I just did, that was probably like an 8-hour project. But I could have shaved a lot of time off of that, but there was a fuck up where usually I screen record my tier list as I'm recording. So all I got to do is drag it and drop it, chop the dead space, and everything's timed perfectly. It was glitchy as fuck. So I literally had to re-record the screen recording, and that took a lot of time. So Most of my videos from cradle to not really grave, but cradle to going public is about 3 to 4 hours. Programs I use Adobe. I use all Adobe stuff, and I don't write any scripts. Everything I do is off the cuff. The most that you'll get from a script for me is if I'm ranking something, I'll have the list up to the side somewhere. If it's a TV series or something where there's just so much, hundreds of hours or something I need to keep track of, sometimes I'll do bullet points. But 99% of my stuff is off the cuff. That's just what's most comfortable for me. I turn the camera on and I talk. And I've gotten better at that over time of being able to be more organized off the cuff and not leaving things out, covering everything I want to cover, but I don't write scripts. What is your excitement level for Scream 7? Me personally, I could care less. I'm looking forward to taking my youngest because my youngest is a Scream fan. You know, the Roger L. Jackson picture, the proof of that. But I'm excited to go check it out with her. I don't expect to love the movie, and I hope I'm wrong. Are you excited for the Fantastic Fest badges going on sale Wednesday? I'm digging the promo poster with Chingus dressed as the Universal Monsters. Well, I don't typically buy a badge. I get a press badge. But this year I'm debating on trying to get a super fan badge just to take out the stress of having to pick movies every single day. So the difference with the badges, you have the fan badge, which is the equal to a press badge, which means you get access to the festival, but you have at like 9 a.m. every single day, you got to wake up and go onto the app and select all your tickets for the following day. And everybody logs in at the same time. The site always crashes, and it's like a mad dash trying to get the stuff that you want. And if there's a big one, then everybody's fighting for that. Secret screenings. Everybody's fighting for the secret screenings. If you get a super fan badge or a cult badge, which are significantly more expensive, you get to pick all of your movies weeks ahead and you get them locked in and you could just chill the whole festival. I kind of crave that experience. It's a matter of whether or not it's worth, you know, $600-700. But yes, I like the art. I like the art that they're going with so far. It's pretty cool. Thoughts on Chef 2014 is very underappreciated. One of my favorite films of all time. I absolutely love Chef. That is one of those movies that, like, there's movies that we love, and then there's movies that define us. Like, it's almost like the movies are part of our personality, and they're not always the same answers. So for me, movies like Chef, Rudderless, Lost Boys, I feel like if you were to like make a pie chart of my personality and use movies to represent it, that's a movie that would be on there. So yeah, I adore Chef. Top 3 video games you'd love to see as a TV show, movie. Let's assume they would do it justice and not butcher it. I want to see Metal Gear Solid as a TV series. Do not fucking bother with the movie. I think we have learned at this point, like I'm basically done with video game movies. I'm unfortunately going to have to cover them, but I've lost all faith. We have the oddballs that work, the ones that really don't have a strict narrative to follow. Like the Sonic movies are solid. The Super Mario movie was okay. Second one hopefully is even better. They're, Mortal Kombat, I enjoy both of those. Not Annihilation. So I say both of those, but there are some that are good. But I think it has been proven without a shadow of the reasons why the overwhelming majority of video game movies suck, because you're trying to tell a massive narrative in a 2-hour runtime, and no matter what way you slice it, you're going to fuck it up. And with the success of Last of Us, at least season 1, and the success of Fallout, I think is absolutely proven at this point, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that most video game adaptations, Metal Gear Solid, one of the biggest ones, bother trying to give me a 2-hour version of that because it's going to suck. You're going to have to cut 80% of that game out. Or even if they want to go back to Metal Gear, I guess that would make more sense. Metal Gear or Metal Gear Solid TV series. Give me that. As far as a lot of my answers and make it good, I just don't think they did. God of War, which we're getting, but I'm really looking forward to that one. I think Splinter Cell, there's enough there where you could confine, or 3 off the top of my head that I'd like to see. Does a perfect second season of Dexter Resurrection go for you? Do everything that you did well in the first season and fix all the shit that you did with the first season that I didn't really like so much. It's a pretty basic answer, but so like Dexter, his personality, how much fun Michael C. Hall had in that season, keep doing that. Having the guest star, really cool casting that doesn't feel like stunt casting. Absolutely dive balls deep into this New York Ripper thing, which I think it's absolutely hilarious. that, you know, I really was into that whole thing and theorizing for fun in season 1, and then by the end of it, you had all these people that were just like, "Ah, don't you feel stupid now? It's just a fucking random dude's name. I told you it was never meant to be anything." And then now you have, I think it's either Scott or Clyde. Now we're like, "Oh yeah, we're definitely doing New York Ripper for season 2." And it's like, "Fuck you." So like I had said in a video at one point, like, go big with that. They're probably not ever gonna do this, but, like, something along the lines of casting Bryan Cranston as the New York Ripper and having Michael C. Hall essentially face Walter White. Do something like that. I don't really care for the detective characters. You can get rid of them or at least do better with them. I think you need to at some point, you've gotta address Aster and Cody, and I don't know how the fuck they're not considering that. Like, from what I understand, there's a quote out there where he said, "We're never gonna do that," and it's like, why? At least address it. You don't have to, like, cast them and make them a big piece of the season, but, like, the fact that Harrison has a brother and a sister out there he doesn't even fucking know about is weird. It's weird. Beyond that, I'm excited to go any direction that they take me. You know, I was very frustrated with some of the decisions they made at the tail end there. It doesn't mean that they proved me wrong. I feel will be the better Resident Evil release, RE9 or Kreger's Resident Evil. I think chances are I'm gonna like the game a lot more, but I hope I'm wrong. Kicks ass, and then we're all like, "Oh, this Resident Evil movie," and then you watch it, and we're all like, "I'm gonna love the game," and I think it's gonna be a movie that's gonna be tough for me to review because I think objectively or not objectively, I think as a film, there's gonna be a lot of things that I like and appreciate about it, and as a Resident Evil fan, I'm gonna have significant concerns and issues with. So what he's referring to, we had Sisu Road to Revenge. Sean were standing there and walking into the theater. So it wasn't like I had time to like, and I'm like, it's like, I don't know, John Wick with Nazis. That was like my quick, we're all raving about that initial conversation walks up. He's like, yeah, like, you know, like I was just told he essentially was shitting all over me. And me and this guy are just sitting here like, just let him finish. Don't stop him. No. It was a fun little goofy thing that happened. But yeah, like um it is not a good way to describe the film narratively. I think stylistically, just guy with set of skills fucking up a bunch of people. That's kind of where my brain went with it. Oh boy, 93 more super chats. All right. A random Cody live stream must be Christmas. Hey, sometimes Christmas comes early. Thoughts on The Good Son and Dead Don't Die? I've never seen Dead Don't Die. The Good Son is a interesting movie to watch. I think it's a little weird, but it's worth checking out just to see Macaulay Culkin go dark. I remember as a kid watching him say, "Don't fuck with me." I was like, that's weird. What's one film you respect but never want to experience again? Oh, there's a bunch of them. A lot of them get nominated for Oscars. I mean, the list is long. There's a lot of movies that I can those are the movies that I say I appreciate more than I enjoy, which is a phrase that basically means this is a well-made film that does not really interest me a whole lot. So there's a ton of them. Um, you know, very rarely nowadays do I feel like there's a lot of representation of movies that are very well made as well as have mass appeal to them. I feel like the Oscars tend to turn their nose up at any kind of mass appeal nowadays, which is just dumb. If you look back at previous years, like I forget what year it was, but it was I watched As Good as It Gets, and I didn't realize it was an Oscar winner, let alone a nominee. And I looked, and that year it's As Good as It Gets, Good Will Hunting. There was like 4 other movies that are like really good movies, but have also been mainstays, movies that people still talk about and celebrate. And then you look at a lot of Oscar nominations nowadays, and there's like 2 movies out of 10 that actually fit that, and then a bunch of movies that are very well made, but nobody talks about after March. So yeah, a whole bunch of them. Thoughts on Myers not being in the new Halloween show? I didn't even know they were making one. I don't know. It depends on the story. Could be cool. But for a lot of people, if there's no Michael Myers, there's no Halloween. So I don't know that. I mean, they're doing the same thing that Friday the 13th is doing, I guess. I don't really know how to comment on that without knowing more. I had never heard of Evil Dead until I saw your videos. Wow. Okay. You have given me my favorite horror franchise for that, sir. I thank you again. Goat. Hell yeah. Well, I don't. That's crazy that I introduced you to Evil Dead because it's a very well known franchise. But we all got to hear it from somebody. So I'm glad to be your Evil Dead indoctrinator. What do you think of the remake of I Spit on Your Grave 1 and 2? I've never seen them. I don't really get into the sexual assault revenge movies. I've seen a few of them. You know, I've covered. I did a review for both Last House and The Lefts, but those movies just don't do anything for me. The only one that I thought was actually pretty damn good, where I would not mind watching it again, was Revenge. That was one where there was just a lot of action to it. The gore was really cool. So, and it didn't go too gratuitous with the assault side of things, which is something that, from what I understand about I Spit on Your Grave, and I can say for a fact with Last House on the Left, is not a factor. That's something where it's like, oh, they go far. But yeah, those movies in general, I don't tend to have much interest in, and so I've never seen them. I don't like Final Destination 4. Well, you're in good company, but it's not as horrible as people claim. Never mind. The three main characters are very bland. The only interesting main character is Hunt, the asshole friend character. I mean, you didn't really give me a defense, though. Like you said, it's not as horrible as people claim, and then you just told me things that are shitty about it. I mean, can I entertain, like, it's not the worst movie ever? Yeah, sure, it's watchable, but it's by far the worst Final Destination movie. No, you got it wrong. Breaking Bad fans started it. Okay, whatever happened, I don't care. No matter who started it, dumb. Hey Cody, thoughts on The Boys season 4 and Peacemaker? Never saw Boys season 4. Saw Peacemaker season 1, thought it was solid. Did not get a chance to watch season 2, and then all I heard about was how shitty it was, so I never really got the interest to click play on it. Hey Cody, did you ever watch Sons of Anarchy? I'm on season 4 and really struggling to get through it and just wondering if it gets better. If you're still struggling at season 4, it's just not your show, I guess. Because season 2 and season 4, I would say, are the two best seasons of that show. So if it's not hooked you yet, I mean, finish it. You're already over the hump, but it just sounds like it's not the show for you whatsoever. The only seasons that I struggled with that one is season 3, because it was extended and it didn't feel like they filled out the time enough, so it drags. And while there's great moments at the very end, their final season dragged ass getting to like the good stuff. RE4 Original is the first game I played that blew me away. I love that fucking game, man. That game, like, I rented it on a whim. I was not a Resident Evil guy, and I was like, I guess I'll try it. Just, it was the only thing out that weekend, and my God, did I just dive into that game and never go back. What is your favorite episode of True Detective season 1? I don't really have a favorite episode per se. That's one of those shows that I can't really think of in individual episodes. I think of it in its entirety. If I had to say something just to answer your question, probably the one with that one track shot where Rust Cole is getting the guy out of like the cartel house or whatever. Creepypastas, not at all. If so, which ones do you think could make for good horror movies besides the one that we don't talk about, of course? To be honest with you, what creepypastas are, but I have not dove into it beyond that. I've seen some of the that I grew up with, but I don't know any of them specifically. So I'm sorry. Like, my Hot Skylar is overhated. How good the content's going to be for content. So if the review and the ranking of the movies do well, I'll absolutely follow it up with a couple of the rankings. If it's dead on arrival, there's no reason for me to rank them again. As a heavy metal singer, composer myself, do you know or listen to any bands from my country, Brazil? I do not. I'm pretty sheltered and closed-minded when it comes to music. I haven't really experimented or dove into a whole lot of other countries or things like that, so I apologize, but I'm not familiar with any bands or musicians from Brazil that I know of. Let me see here. By the way, guys, I know I've been talking for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and the overwhelming majority of it, 99% of it, has been super chats. If I stopped to do questions in between that weren't super chats, I'd be here till 7 o'clock at night. So this is just a really, really a lot of viewers being very generous tonight. So thank you guys so much for that. But those that are trying to do questions without a super chat and maybe getting frustrated I haven't got to them, I don't really have a choice. I have to prioritize these questions. So hopefully you're not too frustrated. And if I have mods in here that are trying to rein the situation in, please respect the mods that I've chosen. Hey Cody, theoretically, if someone out there, i.e. me, hadn't seen any of these shows, Dexter, Breaking Bad, or Sons of Anarchy, which one would you recommend the most first? Breaking Bad. Because that's the only show of those three that I think is perfect all the way through. Dexter, I would tell you, is a rocky road. Like, I would say you need to watch all three of these. But Dexter, I'm gonna be like, okay, you're gonna love it for a while, then you're gonna be a little concerned, then you're gonna hate it for a bit, then they might win you back. Sons of Anarchy, I've always really liked that show. It's never been a show that I would say is like in my top 5 or maybe even top 10 of all time, maybe top 10. But Sons of Anarchy is a little rocky. As I already said, season 3, the final season, there's moments even, stretches within the middle seasons. But Breaking Bad's the one that I would say to go to first, and then I would say Better Call Saul before I even said Dexter or Sons of Anarchy. Hey Cody, I've pre-ordered Resident Evil 9. Fuck yeah. Have you seen they released the trophy list for RE9? No, I will not take a look at it because I do not want to get anything spoiled. And sometimes they spoil things like if it's a story-based thing, so I don't want to see any of that. But I will for certain, as long as they're not some bullshit multiplayer trophies, I will for certain be trying to do a platinum run for that game. Great fan of yours. What's a movie that you really disliked at first but loved after rewatching it? Mine's Blade Runner and Jennifer's Body. I answered this question earlier, but in case you didn't see it, it was Evil Dead, the Fede Alvarez Evil Dead. Thought it was okay when I saw it in theaters. Watched it again like 2 years later at home and loved it. It's one of my favorites of all time. What's up, Cody? Any final hopes and expectations for Scream 7 this weekend? Keep up the awesome content. I just hope it's not as basic and predictable as I fear it's going to be. I hope they actually have some tricks up their sleeve. I hope the surprises they have in store are actually surprises and not some bullshit like, surprise, Stu's the killer. And it's like, fuck, fine. And I hope the kills are awesome. That's the thing that I think is the weak point of the Scream series. We're 7 films in now. Granted, I've only seen 6 of them, and they're none of the kills are anything to write home about. It's all very basic stabs, slashes. So I would like them to stretch their legs a bit with kill creativity. Hey, Ken and Ashley, Stranger Things season 5 or Chucky season 3? Stranger Things season 5. If you're asking which one's better, I would say that. I was not a very big fan of season 3. Much better than season 2, but I would be mixed negative on Chucky season 3. I'm like mixed slightly positive on Stranger Things season 5. Have you ever been to Horror Nights or any other haunt events? Halloween Horror Nights I've been to twice. I went the year that they had Last of Us, whatever that year was, 2023 maybe, and then I went last year, which was Terrifier, which was fucking awesome. So I highly recommend it. Though both times I've done like press stuff where I've covered it. And so I got a free ticket and a free fast pass. Obviously, that's going to make my experience significantly better than if I paid for it. And I would not go without a fast pass because then you're going to struggle or you're going to run and haul ass all night. Hi, Cody. For Alien 3, if they had kept Hicks and Newt alive and wove them into the story of the film, but still killed them off by the end, would there be a chance that you would enjoy that version of the film more than what we got? Yeah, probably. I mean, the unforgivable thing is killing them off screen as if they were nothing and then replacing them and the story with something much shittier. Like, there's things to like about Alien 3. There is something in there that I would like, but you start me off with such a rotten note that I can never be won over. So, yes, there is a possibility that even if they die and all 3 of them die and it's just a downer third movie, there would still be a lot more merit to it, and I would at least want to rewatch it versus the current version. And thank you for $50, by the way. That's a huge super chat. I like the original Black Christmas, but the new Silent Night, Deadly Night 2025 is a little better, and I think a sequel might be better. Interesting. Very different movies, so I guess I understand. If you're more of like a fun slasher guy, you'd like that. I much prefer the original Black Christmas. To me, that's one of the best slashers of all time. But I really enjoyed the new Silent Night, Deadly Night, and I do hope and think we might get a sequel because I've heard nothing but good things about it. I don't know how successful it was. That's the main thing, but I really liked it. Would you be willing to check out Twilight Zone and Twin Peaks? Well, I've watched a lot of Twilight Zone, the black and white version. Not any of the reboots. Like I think they did one in the '90s. They did one with Jordan Peele. But I've watched a number of the original series. Love that. Twin Peaks, probably not. Not a David Lynch guy. Admittedly, I need to watch more of his stuff, but what I have seen, I don't think I'm on that wavelength. Hey, Cody, which movies do you quote the most? Die Hard and a lot of comedies. I tend to quote comedies more than anything, especially when I'm around my dad. We tend to quote comedic shit with each other. I don't do many horror quotes. Usually it's action movies and comedies. Hey, Cody, in an ideal world, would you like to see a sequel to the Child's Play remake, and what would you like to see in it? There's no chance it's going to happen, but yeah, I really thought they had built a nice little bedrock there to have a pretty decent sequel. The first order of business is make a much better doll design. We're doing that before we do anything else because that was fucked up. But I thought they did a nice little job at the story in that movie, and so yeah, I always wanted to see a remake. It's not there's zero chance it's ever going to happen for many different reasons. What would I like to see in it? Well, the thing that's interesting about that movie is that Andy and Chucky are friends throughout most of the film, as opposed to the original where they're always at odds. I mean, he thinks he's his friend, but Chucky's always, manipulating him. So having that betrayal side of things in the second movie would be interesting, where now they're fully against each other. Andy is scared of Chucky. Chucky's trying to kill Andy. So, I mean, that's more traditional Child's Play, so it's nothing new, but that's what I would have liked to have seen. What was your party of 6 in Generation 1 of Pokemon? What was my party of 6? I'm trying to remember what that means. Where you're only allowed to carry, like, 6 Pokemon with you, is that what it is? And the rest of them, I think you had to store somewhere? I don't remember. It's been so long. Certainly one of them was Pikachu, I think. And the other one would be whatever the 3rd generation of the thing that I started with, which I played that game multiple times back in the day. So, um, was it Blastoise and Charizard? One of those. But beyond that, I genuinely do not remember. Mewtwo was probably on there. That's a throwback question. Have you seen Dracula 2000? Love your videos. Thank you. I have a few times. I saw it in theaters. I've always liked it. Probably hasn't aged so well. It's a very, literally in the title, it's a 2000s horror film. So there's some rough edges, but I've always liked it. James Vanderbeek, RIP. Ever watched Dawson's Creek? Yes, rest in peace. No, I love James Vanderbeek from Varsity Blues, but I never actually watched Dawson's Creek. How would you have ended the original 8 seasons of Dexter? To me, that show, and I've said this numerous times, every time they've rebooted it, the natural best ending to that show is that Dexter has to break the code to show that he has grown as a human being. Rule number 1, don't get caught. Rule number 2, preserve innocent life, something like that. There's been plenty of times where the first 2 rules of the code have been at odds with each other. In order for him to not get caught, he has to kill or allow the death of somebody that does not deserve it. And every single time they put him at that crossroads, he either chooses to preserve rule 1 or somebody takes that choice away from him more times than not. Lila, Deb, even Prater in the last season. They need to have a point where he has grown a conscience, he has grown a moral code beyond his father's code. He acknowledges that he's not this monster that does not have, the control or the will of his own, and be in a point where in order for innocent life to be preserved, he has to get caught and take the fall. To me, that has always been the natural best narrative end for that character, and they are scared to death to do that. I wish we would get a Wishmaster remake or Tales from the Crypt. Tales from the Crypt, I'm shocked we have not gotten a reboot yet. Wishmaster, granted, I have not seen the movies. I haven't seen the sequels at all, and I only watched the first one once when I was a kid, remember nothing about it. I don't think there's much demand for that one. That's a very 90s house series that never really carried on much. Tales from the Crypt, though, I'm shocked somebody has not rebooted. What do you do to ease your fear of flying? Try to distract myself with watching something. I really only get nervous during takeoff and not even so much landing, it's really just takeoff. I don't know why. As many times as I've traveled over the last couple of years, and as much statistics are out there about planes, I think it's just the lack of control. I'm never comfortable on a plane, especially if there's turbulence. That's where I'm gripping my seat and shit. But just try to distract myself with playing solitaire or watching movies. Last Tuesday, I saw Iron Lung, and I thought it was boring as hell, and I saw Send Help on last Friday. I had a blast watching it. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed Send Help. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy Iron Lung, even though I had the same experience. Yeah, I don't know. That movie just didn't do much for me at all. Send Help was awesome, though. Have you seen Cemetery Man? Surprised it wasn't on 31. I have not seen Cemetery Man. I think it was brought up on the initial maybe list when we did the zombie one, but didn't make the cut. You give me so many recommends, have to keep recommending the horror fiction podcast, Magnus Archives. Great piece of horror writing I have encountered. I don't really tend to listen to too many podcasts, but for those listening and watching, if you are a podcast person, check out Magnus Archives. Apparently, there's some good shit. You didn't like Godzilla 2014 with Bryan Cranston? I did not. I liked the first act of it. I liked it as long as Bryan Cranston was on screen, and it had nothing to do with the fact that he dies that suddenly I didn't like it. It's just after he leaves the movie and the focus shifts over to the other two characters. The actor's name is space in my brain right now. I think that the movie significantly gets weaker, and I hated how much dick teasing they did with the fight with Godzilla. Like every time you're about to see Godzilla, they cut to something. You can get away with that like once as like a gag, but they kept doing it to where it was frustrating. So I haven't rewatched it since theaters, but I did not like that movie. I can be mildly entertained enough by the stupidity of like Godzilla versus Kong and everything, but like I haven't really liked any of the American Godzilla movies. I'm not really a kaiju guy too. That's worth explaining. Are film festivals like Fantastic Fest able to be attended by anyone if they can afford it? Yes, they're open to the public. Was curious because I've been considering trying to go for Fantastic Fest over the past couple of years. Yeah, I mean, if you're press, you get like, you get a free badge if you get approved, and you get some like red carpet access and stuff like that. None of that is available to the public, but you can buy a badge and go and see the entire festival. They're open to the public. So is South by Southwest. Every film festival is. So yes. I asked Austin Burke. He struggled, but better critic score. Dune 3 or Odyssey? He punched the air and said Dune, but ask another day, could change. I'm going to say Odyssey because all I've heard about the book that Dune 3 is adapting is that it's not a very good book. So I will not be surprised at all. And plus, it seems like they've rushed it. Like, let's be honest. Like, Denis Villeneuve, after 2, said, I'm going to do like 2 or 3 other projects before I go back to Dune. I think part of that was because he knew that the bedrock that he was going to be adapting was not great. And they must have just pulled up a truckload of money and said, no, dude, you're striking now because we're not waiting 7 years for Dune 3. I have a strong feeling that Dune 3 is going to be significantly less received by both fans and critics, where I think Odyssey is going to knock it out of the park. Did you get to watch Dogma in theaters? I did. I watched it when they did a little re-release, and I bought the 4K Blu-ray or whatever. I liked it. It's not one of my favorite Kevin Smith movies. I liked it much more in the beginning. I think like kind of went on a little bit long. I'm also not super religious, nor am I Catholic, so I think a lot of it went over my head. But there was a lot that I did like about it. It's definitely edgy, funny. I really like Ben Affleck and Matt Damon in it. So that is a review series that I have it on good authority that the next project Kevin Smith is going to do, especially now that he's got the rights back at long last, is that he's going to do a sequel to Dogma. Whether that's his next project or not, I'm not sure, but I would assume it is. When he does his next film, I will do a ranking because I've watched a couple of his films for the first time. I'd love for Cregger to do the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street. I wouldn't pick him for that. I think his sensibilities are too comedic for that, for what I would want. There's things about his style that I would like, but I really want a dead serious Nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, maybe some dark humor, which I think they did okay in the remake, to be honest with you. I was petting him, stuff like that. But I don't want slapstick Freddy anywhere near a new iteration of Freddy. I understand for some people that is a huge piece of the DNA. You can't have Freddy without some jokes. I disagree, at least not at first. So I feel like Cregger would lean on that more than I would want. Unpopular opinion, where The Millers is better than Dumb and Dumber 1. Wow. Jingle All the Way, Home Alone 1. There's something about Mary and Scary Movie 2. Oh, wow. So you just went on. How do I rank those? Oh, boy. Something about Mary's number 1. Dumb and Dumber's number 2. Oh, wait. Home Alone. Something about Mary number 1. Home Alone number 2. Dumb and Dumber number 3. Jingle All the Way number 4. A lot of that's nostalgia. We're the Millers number 5. Scary Movie 2 at the bottom, but I love Scary Movie 2. So all those movies I'm a huge fan of. The wait for RE9 is tough, man. I am here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Every minute's like, come on, fucking get here. You have a Patreon here that would allow me to have you watch and review the entirety of the Vampire Diaries and its spinoffs. It's pretty much Dexter meets Supernatural and Fright Night. I have a Patreon, but I don't do requests anymore. for two reasons. One, I used to, and people abused it and basically just for gags tried to make me watch like all the worst shit possible, which just got exhausting. And two, well, three reasons actually. Two, I got such a big backlog that I wasn't even able to complete all the requests most of the time. And so I felt like I was ripping people off. And so I just took that thing away so I didn't have to feel like that was an issue anymore. And three, especially the more that I've dove into this and joined critics groups and all this stuff, being much more professional about it than when I started. I don't really like the notion of being paid to do videos or paid to do reviews. Partially because most of the time it's not content that's going to perform all that well. And so it's a quick gratification of getting like money, but then your video suffers and then in turn your channel suffers. So it's long term worse. But also, I don't want anybody but me dictating what content I make. So I appreciate the passion for Vampire Diaries and its spinoffs, but yeah, I don't do paid reviews or anything like that anymore. I rewatched Ang Lee's Hulk and I loved it as a kid, but rewatching it, I thought it was really bad. I have not rewatched it in a very long time, but I never liked it. I always thought it was weird. Not for me. I really like the Edward Norton one though. What Resident Evil game do you want to remake for? I always say, and I did a video on this on my video game channel if you want to check it out. So they did a remake of 2, 3, and 4. They should have done better with 3, but I still like 3. But you have a really solid trilogy there that has a coherent story, character arc for Leon and, a couple others. To me, since you succeeded with that trilogy, it only makes sense, regardless of the fact that we got a remake in 2002, and that's over 20 years ago, so give me a fucking break anyway. It only makes sense to me. Now that you've done Leon's trilogy, now go back and tell Chris and Jill's story. So you go back and you do Resident Evil 1 remake, follow it up with Code Veronica, and then conclude it with Resident Evil 5. I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever to skip over the original game and just go straight to 5, less so with Code Veronica, but especially when that was the heaviest rumor after 4 was we're going to go right into 5. It's like, why? You know how many Resident Evil fans you just indoctrinated in with these last 3 remakes that have no fucking idea who Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, or Wesker is, and now you're going to start them at the 3rd out of 3 chapters of their story? Why would you do that? Aside from that, just selfishly, I want to play the original game in third person over the shoulder. Like, I love the remake. It's very high on my ranking. It's a perfect remake to preserve the experience of the original game. But even that experience is dated. And if it sucks, which I doubt it will, because they've knocked all of them out of the park. If it sucks, you still have the original too. It's not like people act like with remakes with movies and video games that when a new one comes out, somebody kicks open your fucking door and blow torches the original that you have and you can never play it again. Obviously, that's not the case. They've preserved every single one of these games. You can play all of them on PlayStation and Xbox or Switch right now. So that's what I want. Remake 1 in this new engine, then do Code Veronica, then do 5. The heavy rumor right now is that they're doing Code Veronica next, which, to be fair, is the one that most desperately needs a remake, so I get it. Then they're going to do Resident Evil 0, which makes no sense to me, especially if you're not going to do the first one, and then follow it up with 5. So we'll see what happens. I would love to see a remake for Code Veronica or even Survivor because of the crazy lore. I know nothing about Survivor. I've never bothered with any of the spinoffs, but Code Veronica, yeah, as I just said, it's the one that most desperately needs a new coat of paint. The wait for RE9 is tough. I'm struggling over here. I'm not struggling. I'm biding my time playing all the other ones and having a blast with that. But yeah, we're almost there. Hope all is well, Cody. Which Resident Evil release do you hope is better, RE9 or Krager's Resident Evil? God, I would rather have an incredible Resident Evil movie to break the mold and be slightly disappointed in Resident Evil 9 than the other way around. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's much more likely to be the other way. Who does your hair? Me. As far as styling it, me. Cutting it, I mean, unless you live near me, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I do my own hair. 5 films you choose to get someone into horror. Well, it's always a tough question because I got to know their age. I got to know somewhat about their taste. I did a video on like intro to horror. It was kind of fun. So to give him just like a little, not go too intense, but get him like a nice little sample size, I would say Nightmare on Elm Street, Fright Night, The Shining, um, we'll say The Conjuring for something a little bit more modern, and then I would throw in like a horror comedy like actually I'll say Evil Dead, the original The Evil Dead. Just 5 off the top of my head. Kind of a nice, well-rounded intro, somewhat intense, some gore, some funny, some a little casual, and one modern one for good measure. With Scream coming out and all the Stu rumors, would you rather have him be alive or dead, and how would you do it? I mean, look, the thing is, the idea of Stu being alive could have worked, but it's been such a heavy fan rumor for so long that if they do it now, like I said, it's like a Rise of Skywalker thing where it's like, what's the thing that Reddit wants? Let's just do that. And it feels creatively devoid, and you've got a lot of fucking explaining to do to it to earn that properly. Like nobody's mentioned this or known this for the last 6 fucking movies. How? Write your way out of that. But the selfish thing about it, which kind of makes me want him to do that, is that I love Matthew Lillard and I love him as that character. And there's a lot of really fun potential for him being back, not just for one movie, but just back and then, you know, see you would Scream 8. So I don't know. I don't know what's best. Like, if they can knock it out of the park, I like the idea on paper, but I think there's so much potential for them to fuck it up or for it to be a jump the shark, ridiculous moment. I just don't know how you could do that. I wouldn't want to be in charge of writing that storyline. And so, per your last question, how would you do it? I have no fucking idea. The idea they initially had for Scream 3 before it got rewritten because of Columbine was solid, but it's too late for that now. Cody, thoughts on Alter Bridge's new album? Love it. I don't love it. It's okay. I like it. I think musically it's very well done, production-wise especially very well done. They're incredible musicians. The problem with Alter Bridge, the last couple albums for me, is that I think that those guys are doing so much consistent touring, writing, and recording that they're starting to burn themselves out a little bit. And not that their quality drops necessarily, but the last 2 albums, Pawns and Kings, and now this solo album, with a couple of songs being the exception, they all sound the same to me. I feel like their first 4 albums were so distinctly different, where you had an Alter Bridge formula, but it was so varied. You'd have a heavy banger, you'd have like almost like a prog metal song, you'd have something that's a little bit more mainstream radio hit, you'd have a ballad, you'd have, you know, more of an uplifting anthem. And the last 2 albums feels like they've just fully dove into like prog rock, and that's the tone of the whole album. Not as much with this one as Pawns and Kings, because this one does have 2 songs that are a little bit different. But I listened to this new album, and I've listened to it front to back like 5 times. And aside from shit, what's the name of the track? Sorry, give me 1 second. Alter Bridge, self-titled. Aside from Tested and Able, which is the song that Tremonti sings, oddly enough, and Hang by a Thread, which is kind of their ballad, and the guitar duel in Slave to Master, nothing in that album really stands out to me where I remember it, and I crave going back to it. So unfortunately, like I would still recommend people check it out because it's very well done musically. It's just, as somebody who's an Alter Bridge fanatic, I feel like their last 2 albums are their weakest albums. And part of that's because the other albums I think are phenomenal. So it's like a high bar. But you know, I would suspect at this point they're writing and getting ready to record, if not recording already, a new Creed album. I'm curious how that's going to be, but I think that they need to pause for a while because those guys are just workhorses. They are always on tour, writing, recording, whether it's Miles Kennedy solo, Tremonti, Alter Bridge, Creed, Miles Kennedy and Slash. Like they're always doing something. At some point, you've got to hit some creative burnout. At the beginning of 2030, will you do a top 100 favorite movies of the 2020s decade? You can do it in a montage like your other top 50s. I would assume so. I mean, that's a long way in the future, but yeah, most likely, you know, at the end of 2029, beginning of 2030, do something like that. Pretty safe bet. What's your personal best double feature ever? Um, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't typically watch movies at home as a double feature, and if you're just talking about a theater experience, I can't think of one off the top of my head where it was like, holy shit, those are two of the greatest movies back to back. That's a question I would really have to prepare for. I can't really do off the cuff. I've had a number of them at film festivals where you get two awesome ones back to back, but yeah, I wish I could answer your question better. That's one I had to prepare for. At home, though, if that's what you're asking, I don't typically set up double features. Cody, you're the GOAT, been my favorite since 2018. I appreciate it, man, very much. One of the very few that love Halloween 5. It's my least favorite, which is due to a ton of nostalgia. I know it's deeply flawed, but it's a so bad that it's good film for me. Huge guilty pleasure for me. Well, I'm glad you get some pleasure out of it. All I get is guilt. I know you have reviewed When a Stranger Calls. I have not actually. I've talked about it, but I haven't done like a standalone review, I don't think. Actually, I'm positive I haven't. But have you seen the made for TV follow up When a Stranger Calls Back? In my opinion, the scariest beginning of a movie, plus Ozzy is my cousin. Go Ozzy. I have not. I almost rented that by mistake whenever I was seeking out When a Stranger Calls as a kid, because the woman at the desk kept telling me that was it. And I knew it was wrong. I'm like, no, that sounds like a sequel. So I've never actually seen it. But When a Stranger Calls is interesting. It's got one of the best horror openings of all time, but as a movie, it's boring as shit in the middle. It's got a really good beginning, it's got a pretty good ending, and then it's like an hour of just blech in between. Get Celltex screenwriting software. Thank you. I will let me write that up here. Celltex. Appreciate the tip. Love your content. Have you watched Milk and Cereal yet? So hype for Obsession. I have. I watched it about a month after I saw Obsession. Very good. It's very good. If you guys haven't seen Milk and Cereal, it's like an hour. I don't even know you can call that a short film. I think it's like an hour long. But go look for Curry Barker Milk and Cereal as it's typed there, like serial killer on YouTube. It's free to watch. Very good. And he's the guy who directed Obsession, which is coming to theaters in May, which is fucking awesome. It was one of my favorite movies that I saw last year. Have you played the Outlast games? I played the first one. I beat the first one. Thought it was okay, but I get frustrated with, I like a little bit more activity in my horror games. So just walking around with a fucking camera and managing battery life wasn't enough for me. Was it scary, intense? Yes. And that's the most important thing with survival horror for the most part. But I didn't like the game near as much as everybody else. So I never really had the desire to play the second one. And then I think Outlast Trials is like a multiplayer thing, isn't it? So yeah, thought the first one was solid, but not exactly my type of game. Apologize if you've been asked, what is your favorite book? I'm really not a reader. Blame all of my teachers in elementary school and junior high for making me read a bunch of boring fucking books I had no interest in. I hate the fact that schools force kids to read things without letting them pick. Like there's criteria, and I get it. It's hard to get around. You got to teach certain things. You got to have some curriculum, but that is absolutely responsible for me just losing all interest in reading because it was like something I was forced to do, like literal homework, and I despised it. The one book that I was forced to read that I loved though was How to Kill a Mockingbird. Thought that was amazing. I don't know if I'd say that's my favorite book or not because I've read a lot of like biographies and stuff like that. Um, I don't really have an answer, but I'll say How to Kill a Mockingbird just for the sake of kind of following up that. But I wish I was a bigger reader. Even something like these screenwriting books, sometimes I struggle with that because I lose interest. But I'm trying my best to read more. Ash versus Art the Clown. Would you watch or what would you want from it? I personally think I'd be fucking hilarious and awesome to see. I mean, maybe like a skit, like if they were going to produce like a little 30-minute short or something, maybe, but like as a full-on production movie, no. I love Freddy versus Jason, but all the other versions of that I just think sound silly, especially now. I think there was a time and a place for it, and it was the late 90s, early 2000s. And since I just don't think that's where horror is at, and I don't think it's what horror needs. So whether it's Michael versus Jason, fucking Pinhead versus Art the Clown, whatever it is, I just think it would be ridiculous to do anything like that now. I don't think it would land at all. Sorry, you've been asked this question, but when are you and the guys from the group going to be do the debrief for Zombies 31 on 31? We're not going to be doing that. So, unfortunately, it was just a scheduling issue and some other things that pushed it off from the one opportune time we had to do it. And now it's 3 months later. We're only getting busier. I've got a film festival coming up, and it's been too long. So it's just not going to happen, unfortunately. Where'd the Chucky TV show go so wrong? For me, it's doubling and tripling down on all the things that a large chunk of the fan base didn't like the first time. I don't know what it is. If it's just stubbornness, if it's just creative resilience of like I can do it better this time, or I don't know what the motivation is with Don Mancini, where you have something like some of the directions he went in Seed of Chucky, which have its fans. There are people that like that movie, but I don't think it's ridiculous or hyperbolic to say that the overwhelming majority of Chucky fans and horror fans did not like it. Deciding to go back to all of that and making that tone and that approach and that humor and those characters the forefront again, to me, was just foolish. And I don't know what the motivation is. Like, I would be fascinated to talk with him, although I don't think he would want to talk with me. I know Don Mancini knows who I am, and I don't have any, proof of this, but I've been treated in a way that I do not appreciate by a couple people involved with that show. That gives me the impression that a lot of people on that show don't care for me because I speak my mind and I'm somebody that a lot of people watch and value my opinion, and I don't have nothing but nice things to say about everything that they do. So I loved season 1, was very massively surprised by that. Had a few issues, but I was like, hey, fuck, you did it. And shame on me. I didn't think you could do it. Then season 2 is like Seed of Chucky 2. Fuck. Okay. Why? And then season 3 is like a compromise. It's kind of still Seed of Chucky-ish, but kind of season 1. And at that point, it was too little too late. So I think season 2 is where it went wrong. You had people that were won over by season 1. Then season 2 just got fucking weird and silly and dumb. And we got muscular Chucky. We've got nice Chucky. We've got fucking Apocalypse Now Chucky. It's just like, this is dumb. And there's, again, people that like it. Cool. I respect that. There is a new era of Chucky fans that love a lot of the crazy shit, and they don't care as much about the older shit that I do. That's fine. And I'm not going to say whether one group is bigger than the other, but the fact that the ratings in the show dropped to the point where it got canceled, I think is where the proof in the pudding is that there's more people that don't like it than do. At least not enough people that like it. So to me, it's season 2. Where did it go wrong? Doubling down on all the Seed of Chucky shit. How was Pluribus, and are you doing a review of it? I think it's way too late to do a review of it by the time I watched it. I really enjoyed it, though. It's slow burn. I can understand why a lot of people wouldn't like it. I would not recommend it to everybody, but if you like slow burn science fiction, I think it was really solid. Great performances, really cool concept, and I think that while there's a couple directions that I certainly saw coming that were meant to be more twisty, it really did intrigue me, and I'm invested. Now, what worries me is that Vince Gilligan and them are already talking about it's not going to be a season 2 anytime soon. And it's like, guys, first of all, just why does TV take so fucking long to produce nowadays? Like, you guys used to do a season a year, 24 episodes. Now we're lucky if we get a season every 2 years that's 8 episodes. And that is not a show that is going to survive long breaks. It was his least received show as far as like mass appeal of the 3 that he's done, which is fine. You don't have to make everything for everybody. Sometimes I like the fact that he's doing something weird that's different, but that is not a show that is established enough and has people hooked enough for us to pick it up in 2028. So I'm a little worried about it, but I did like the show. Will you do a video ranking of the openings to every Scream movie? If not, what is your ranking of them? That's something I might do like a short for, maybe. I don't want to give my answer now just in case I do it, but that's something that feels like something like a short that I would do on TikTok and Instagram. Why should people go out and see Obsession? Because it's one of the most tense and unnerving movies that I've seen in a very long time. And it's a very simple, basic concept. It's acted brilliantly, especially the physical performance of the female. I forget the actress's name off the top of my head right now, But it is a movie that, yeah, for people that want something original, for people that want something that's genuinely disturbing, that's it. So go check it out. And the trailers have done a fantastic job so far. I would not watch anything that they release onward. There's probably going to be at least one more trailer, but the teaser and the trailer that we've gotten right now are very spoiler free. So watch that to sell yourself and then don't watch anything else. What are your thoughts on Death Proof? Quentin Tarantino, appreciate your brutal honesty. Can't wait to see the new Matthew McConaughey movie. I hope you guys enjoy it. I hope I didn't overhype it for too many people. But yes, I really like Death Proof. It to me is not the bottom of Quentin Tarantino's movies. I really enjoy it. I like Stuntman Mike as a character. It's definitely a little dialogue heavy. It's a little bit long in the tooth for a movie that's supposed to be grindhousey, but I like what he does. Smoked brisket, wrapped or not? What is the target temp? What's the earliest you've ever gotten up to start one? Well, I've only smoked 2 briskets my entire life. It is so expensive, labor intensive to maybe fuck it up very easily that it's not my go-to. But absolutely wrap. Now, granted, I have not, like, I've only made 2, so it's not like I've made a bunch of them where I've experimented and really figured out. There's people that say don't wrap. There's people that say wrap. There's people that say foil boat, where it's like a compromise between the two. I so far have only wrapped. I get the appeal of the foil boat method, where it's like you're still kind of braising it, but you get the bark to be nice and crispy. But I don't know if I would want crispy bark in a brisket. I like the soft texture, so I think I'm going to be a wrapped guy. Target temperature, I mean, there's not a target temperature. It's whenever it's probe tender. Usually that's like between 202 and 207, 208, but every brisket's different. Every piece of meat's different. So get yourself a thermometer probe and, use the thermometer probe to guide you up to when you need to be keeping an eye on it. But you pull it when it's probe tender, not when it's at a target temperature, because that it's inconsistent. So if you want, usually you want to watch it after 202 and stick the probe in the flat and the point. And when it comes out like butter, it's like, okay, we're good. And then you can rest it. You have to rest brisket. It is almost as important as the cook. Some people rest their shit for like 14 hours. I haven't had the time to do that yet, but if you have the device, a toaster oven, a warmer, whatever, that can hold it at 140 degrees for 12, 14 hours while it's still wrapped, that is the way to go. What is the earliest I've gotten up to start one? I've never done one where I've gotten up early. I've done 2 overnight briskets. That's all I've done with a pellet smoker. So it's kind of like set it and forget it. So I don't really have any interest in watching a fire all day long, even though I have a stick burner. I'm not that crazy about it yet. Now, when I do a cooking channel, will I do one just for the sake of a video sometime? Maybe. Sorry if too personal position on the paranormal. That's not really personal. Maybe if I was religious. I don't know. I don't really have a stance on it. I haven't really had much experience that's paranormal. I have one story when I was a kid where like a walkie-talkie was going off for no reason. Like nobody turned it on in the middle of the night, and it kind of prevented a fire in my house that felt very weird, like a divine intervention thing. That's really the only memory I have of anything weird happening. Do I believe in it? I tend to believe in things that I can see or have somewhat of a proof of. I think there's plenty of people out there that swear up and down about it, but there's just a lot of ways that can be explained it. So until I experience something myself, I guess I'm kind of a doubter. What are your favorite non-horror games? Do you like any platformers or racing games? I'm not a racing game guy. I like some old school platformers, but I tend to be like an action adventure guy. So things like Uncharted, God of War. I love stealth action too. So Metal Gear Solid, Splinter Cell, Resident Evil, of course, but even though you said non-horror, that's my favorite series. Gears of War, which I guess is still horror. Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei are kind of some recent franchise stuff that's building. I had a good time with Helldivers 2, although I lost interest after they kept fucking with everything. As far as platformers, like that's my earliest memories of like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and 3, some of the Mario games. But I tend to be an action adventure guy. That's what gets my interest more than anything. And horror, of course. What do you think is the biggest issue with horror today? I think them trying to make everything PG to target a broad audience is the biggest culture. Well, I don't know of any horror that's trying to be PG. PG-13, but that's usually still rare. 1 or 2 a year. The biggest issue with horror today, I think horror is in probably the most healthy spot it's been since maybe the 80s right now. So there's not a whole lot of problems with horror. I think it's in a very healthy place. We're getting a lot of great movies, a lot of great original movies, a lot of great IP movies. And what's nice about horror right now is that like for a long time, it felt like decades especially were like very focused on one specific type of horror. So 80s was like slasher crazy. 90s, everything was like the meta Kevin Williamson era. 2000s was the remakes. 2010s were, torture porn, and found footage was in the 2000s as well. It was always like there was one or two types of horror getting made, everything else was forgotten. I feel like we're in a place in horror now where everything is succeeding. We're getting slashers, we're getting legacy sequels, we're getting paranormal haunted house shit, we're getting found footage, we're getting demonic possession, we're getting, um, I keep ranting on them, but like we're getting a little everything nowadays. The biggest issue with horror today, I don't really think it's a big issue because I think all of us know when we see it, like we can just sniff it out. We don't really get that disappointed, but like I don't really like the trend of like the public domain horror. Yeah, I like Screamboat okay. And I think that the guys over at um the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey guys, I think that they're doing better. They're learning certain lessons. I still haven't really liked a movie that they've done yet, but they've gone a long way since that first Blood and Honey for sure. But to me, that's the worst trend in horror right now because there's so many of them that are just so obviously terrible. First Blood and Honey was terrible. Then we had what, 3 Mickey Mouse movies, like The Mouse Hunt, terrible. You had like 2 or 3 Popeyes movies I didn't even bother with, and I won't bother with. And we got what, like a fucking Minnie Mouse movie coming. Like that's the worst thing in horror right now. It's just like, okay, that's bottom of the barrel stuff that's just like tainting how good everything's doing right now. There's some good ones in there. Some people like the Blood and Honey 2 Onward more than I have. Um, like I said, I had some fun with Screamboat. I would never watch it again, but to me, that's the only like thorn in the side of horror right now. It's just like we got a fucking Goofy movie coming out that's horror. We've got a Aladdin movie that's horror, and it's like thoughts on Clint Eastwood as an actor and director. I have a big blind spot with Eastwood, a big one. I have not watched any of his westerns. There's a lot of like Dirty Harry and stuff I still haven't had time to really watch. So not a good question for me. But as a director, the movies I've seen, he's fantastic. Whether it's Mystic River, you know, uh, what's the boxing one? Shit, Million Dollar Baby, things like that. I think that he was really good with American Sniper. I wasn't as crazy about Juror Number Two as everybody else, but there was things about it that I liked. So clearly, very talented, very respected, iconic actor and director. Do I prefer revolvers or Glock pistols? Not a gun guy. I don't have much interest or knowledge about guns, so I really don't have an opinion. Hey, Cody, do you have any actors, directors on your convention bucket list that you want to meet? I've pretty much met everybody on my bucket list, luckily. It was a very short amount of time, too. The people that I would really want to meet, I don't think would ever do cons, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Kurt Russell, people like that. Sylvester Stallone, maybe one day they will. But people left that actually do cons. The cast of Dexter, I don't know if Breaking Bad would ever do it, but the cast of Breaking Bad, like more TV stuff now. Movie wise, I think I've pretty much met. I met Freddie, I met Chucky, a bunch of other ones. Um, I'm sure there's one that's just escaping me right now, but for the most part, the people that I really crave being able to meet and have a conversation with aren't really the con crowd. Would you ever rank Megadeth like you did AIC? I'm not really a Megadeth guy. Like I'm a casual Megadeth fan at best. They're not a band that I have the experience, the knowledge, or have the insight the way that I do with AIC, where I just listen to them ad nauseum for 20 years now. Megadeth, I have I bump up against the vocal abilities of Dave Mustaine a lot. Musically, guitar wise, they're fucking smoking. Like they're awesome. I don't think there's any argument that Dave Mustaine is the most talented guitarist that has ever, involved with Metallica, maybe with the exception of James's rhythm ability. But songwriting wise, vocal ability, I've never been on the Megadeth train. Did you watch This Is Spinal Tap yet? I did. I didn't love it. I think some of it is just a product of its time. Some of it's just I'm not really big into spoof parody stuff. Um, I thought it was mildly funny, but I think the most iconic funny bits of it were like common knowledge. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't a whole lot of surprises in it for me. So I thought it was okay. But I was actually shocked. I watched that and The Princess Bride for the first time the same night and would have bet testicles that This Is Spinal Tap would really work for me and Princess Bride wouldn't. And it was the opposite. I really enjoyed Princess Bride, even though I'm not a fantasy guy. And This Is Spinal Tap didn't do a whole lot for me. Just played Metal Gear Solid for the first time. Loved it. Absolute fucking classic. Thoughts on Silent Hill Townfall and John Wick game? I don't know enough about the John Wick game yet. I don't really get wooed by cinematic game trailers. They're cool for announcement purposes, but they don't show you shit about what the game actually is. So to me, a cinematic game trailer is the equivalent of just like a tweet that says John Wick game announced. So I don't know enough about it yet, but there's a lot of potential there that could be awesome. Silent Hill Townfall, the idea of a first-person Silent Hill game is very cool. I was a naysayer before Biohazard came out when they said that, oh, after the huge backlash of 6, we're going to do a first-person Resident Evil game. And I'm like, what the fuck? No. Why? Who's asking for that? And I think both that and Village were incredible. So if it's along those lines, I could see a Silent Hill first-person game being pretty awesome. All right, got to start trucking through some of these. How did you feel when the Chucky show got canceled? That didn't surprise me whatsoever. I didn't want it to be canceled. Like, I think people confuse sometimes the fact that I have issues or I don't exactly like what's going on with Chucky. It's just not really for me. They confuse that with, I want it to die. I want Don Mancini and everybody to stop having work. No, even if season 4 onward is even less my thing, there's a fan base for that. If they can succeed, they got the ratings, cool. I got my era of Chucky. You guys have your era of Chucky. I wish I could be a part of the ride, but it seems like I've been left behind. But it didn't surprise me because season 2 felt like it was, or excuse me, season 3's renewal seemed like it was kind of rocky. You know, they announced season 2 as the finale of season 1 was ending. That's how strong that season was received. And then after season 2, we had to wait weeks before they announced season 3. And then after the disappointment of season 3 for me and a lot of other people, I don't know if I'd say majority or not, but I think the writing was on the wall. It's like, yep. I mean, you had to course correct in season 3. Clearly season 2 didn't work for a lot of people. And it's like they just doubled down. Which again, I'd be fascinated to find out why. I don't know what it is about Don Mancini's insistence on certain tones and things that he likes. It's his baby. He can do whatever he wants, but some of it just seems foolish to me. It's like, do you want to continue on or not? Supposedly they're doing a movie now. I don't know what that's going to be like. It's going to continue off the TV show, but I wasn't surprised at all. Have you ever read Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash? No, I have not. I think it's a comic, right? I probably should have. I'm surprised I didn't when I was, 13 or 14. If it came out that close to the movie, but no, I've never read it. Are you going to do a comic book movie director tier list? I don't have current plans to do that, but that's an interesting idea. I haven't really done too many comic book tier lists, so I'm due to try something like that. Did you see the RE trailer with Micah Monroe? It's better than all the movies they've made. I know. Yeah, I did. It's just like a little 2-minute thing, but when I saw that, I'm like, where the fuck is that movie? That is it. That's what we've been wanting. It's so frustrating. But yeah, it's pretty fucking incredible trailer. Proves that you could do it. Just got to have the right idea. 31 on 31 Halloween debrief officially chalked. Yeah, unfortunately. I farted. Well, thanks for making up with it with $2. Have you ever seen The Hills Run Red 2009? I have not. It's a forgotten gem, in my opinion. Hearing you talk about your own movie is exciting. You deserve the chance. Well, I don't know if I deserve the chance yet, but there's a lot of creative people out there that are struggling every day to try to get their shit seen, made, somebody to take a chance on it. Maybe one day I'll be one of those people. Maybe one day I won't, but I just think I have such a deep-seated love of film that's been there my whole life. And I have so many ideas for stories that's the natural progression from this. Like I don't necessarily want to just be a YouTuber until YouTube goes away or until I eventually do something else. I don't know. I don't know what the future lies with this one, but to me, it's like, what's the natural goal to eventually progress to? That's it. You know, I don't know how far I can go with YouTube, but that's something that there's exponentially more potential there if I can find a way to do it one day. Are you a fan of the show Supernatural? I love Supernatural, and yet I have still not seen like the last 4 seasons. So I was a diehard of that show for a very long time, and then I met my wife right around season 10 or 11. Whatever the season is that ends with Dean becoming a demon and his eyes open up and they're black, that was the last episode of Supernatural I ever saw. Met my wife after that, tried to get her on the Supernatural train so that she could watch the show with me as it continued on, and we watched through season 6, halfway through season 6, and then she just kind of lost interest and stopped. And then I was like left like, well, fuck. It's hard to watch it without you. And then so much time has passed that I just haven't really gone back to actually watch it. I need to one day. I need to one day just buckle down and be like, fuck it, we're watching it. Watch a recap of some of the seasons in the middle that I've forgotten some of the details and characters, and then start again and finally finish the show and maybe do a ranking or something like that. Because I've had people ask about doing a Supernatural ranking many times. When's the next Blu-ray collection video? 10 hours. Yeah, it's going to be sometime in the next couple of months. I have to box up all these Blu-rays. I have to build my new shelves, and then I'm going to film the video. And as I complete like rows of movies, you'll see like these shelves start to get filled out as the video progresses on. And that's the way that I plan to do like my new Blu-ray collection video. But it's going to be such a long process, not only building everything, but shooting that video. I mean, that was a 7-hour video edited last time, which means I shot for over 9 hours. A long fucking time to be shooting. So I'll have to split that across a couple of days. Otherwise, I'll suck in the back half. So it's going to be a labor-intensive project, but it will come at some point in the next couple of months. Have you seen Serenity? Yes, I have. Very good continuation of Firefly. Firefly was a really good show that I wish had a different fate. But the show and the movie is very good. What's your thoughts on Resident Evil 9 trailer? I have not watched anything that has been released after the announcement of Leon being the second character. So I don't know anything story-wise or visuals that have been shown. Is the winter story over? Will Rose come back in a later game? I don't know. I think that they just wanted to leave it where they can have, possibility to do whatever they want. I think that they really gained the fandom back with Biohazard. I think there was a lot of people that liked Village even more. There was a few people that preferred Biohazard, but overall Village was really well received. But Ethan Winters as a character wasn't. And so I think they wrapped it up as best as they could, punted it over to Rose in case they want to continue that storyline, but then chose, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to go back to Leon and this Ashcraft character. But they're always going to have Rose there in the background for that future storyline. So I would not be confident to close the book, but I would say it's probably going to be a while before we see Rose again. Hey, Cody, you going to drop a review for Fallout Season 2? I have not even watched Season 1. I watched the first episode of Fallout, really liked it, and then got so busy that I lost time, and then all of a sudden the second season was out, and so I'm even more behind. But I do want to catch up. Have you ever seen Chrome Skull Laid to Rest 1 and 2? I've actually reviewed both of them on my channel. What are your thoughts? They're okay. Gore is kind of impressive. Beyond that, doesn't really do a whole lot for me. I know you were hit or miss with foreign horror, but have you seen the Japanese classic Audition? I have. I own it. Very disturbing movie. If not, I highly recommend for a disturbing one. That was one that I first saw get recommended on the Bravo top 100 horror moments. I think Rob Zombie was the one who was really pushing that one. So that movie was on my radar for like a decade. Then I finally watched it. Not really a rewatch movie, but yeah, that one delivers for sure. It's fucked up. What's your take on the For the Fans defense? I started with FNAF 2, but at this point, many FNAF fans think it's dumb, but I'm seeing more people using it unironically to defend a bad piece of media. More times than not, that is the case. Now, there are times where, here's the thing. When you say this movie is for the fans and you appreciate it because you're a fan, there's oftentimes that can be a valid statement. But when you lose validity is when you use it to dismiss the criticisms against it for people who are not established fans. Welcome to Raccoon City is a perfect example. There's a lot of things in that movie that will charm the hell out of old school Resident Evil fans. People that don't know Resident Evil don't know what the fuck Itchy Tasty is. They don't know what the fuck it's being shown with those twins on that VHS tape. They don't get any of the references, any of the Easter eggs, and they're just left hoping it's a really good story with some good characters, which they had very spotty execution with. And so, like, whenever we did the spoiler stream for that, you had me and Rudy, who were the fanatics, who were gushing about all the Easter eggs. And then you had Sean going, I didn't even know that was a significant thing. I just thought Itchy Tasty was written on the window. And I was like, okay. So with FNAF 2, yeah, is there a bunch of Easter eggs? If you're fans, you go, ooh, ooh, ooh. Sure. Is that enough to circumvent a poor story? Maybe. But as soon as you say this movie's for the fans, and if you're not a fan, then just fuck off. You shouldn't even comment on it. No. Because guess who they hope are going to see the movie? A lot of non-fans. As much as Blumhouse wants to be dicks on their Instagram and be like, this is only for fans. Yeah, if only fans went to go see this, I'm sure you'd be thrilled with the box office, you fucking dicks. So if you're going to market it and hope that everybody goes and watches it, then it's probably in your best interest to try to appeal to both. Not that that's easy, but if you only do it for the fans, expect everybody else to not love your movie, which is what happened. And there's a lot of fans that didn't like it that are, FNAF fans. Thoughts on Black Christmas 2006? Seems to be one of those movies where it was hated when it came out, but now getting a lot more love. I'll tell you why. Because Black Christmas 2019 came out. Because I was the same way. I loved the original, saw Black Xmas, and I'm like, nope. Like, okay, you tried to do something different. Kudos for that, but nope. And then you watch Black Christmas 2019, and you're like, Black Xmas wasn't too bad. It's actually got some entertainment value. Movie Mount Rushmore, what do you think of Medea? I've never watched a Medea movie, nor do I think it would appeal to me at all. Movie Mount Rushmore, I don't know what that question is. Just my top 4? Usually Mount Rushmore to me is like, what is the most important bedrock for something? Like when we did the horror director Mount Rushmore, it's like, who are the most important 4 horror directors for the horror genre's legacy? Movie-wise, I don't really know how to answer that question. My top 4, some variation of Die Hard, Terminator 2, John Carpenter's The Thing, The Lost Boys, maybe. You could throw Back to the Future, Goodfellas in there. I have a whole video of my top 100 movies, something like that. Do you like the Outlast games? I think you repeated this question. I liked the first game okay. Wasn't crazy about it, but I never had the desire to go back to play the sequels. Do you prefer Cobra Kai to Stranger Things? Stranger Things has significantly higher highs. I think the best seasons of Stranger Things run laps around the best seasons of Cobra Kai. I think that Cobra Kai as a whole probably came together better by the end of it. Although the final season of Cobra Kai certainly had a lot of the same issues as Stranger Things. And there's a lot of nostalgia with Cobra Kai finally, paying off a lot of things from those movies for movies that I loved as a kid. So I think if you put a gun to my head and told me to pick one, I think I might pick Cobra Kai, shockingly. But they're both awesome. Like, I wouldn't want to not have one of them. All right, 46 super chats. I'm chipping away. Would it be a real shame if the third movie in the new 28 years doesn't get made? Thought Bone Temple was brilliant. Enjoyed the last one too. The new Stranger movies got a trilogy, and that's abysmal. Well, the difference is that was all one production, one budget that they split into 3. They shot all 3 of those movies at once. They did do reshoots, but they had 3 theatrical runs and 3 chances at profiting off of one investment. Whereas 28 years later is 3 separate investments. Well, maybe 2. I think 28 years and 28 Bone Temple maybe shot back to back. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, I'm confident we're going to get it. I will be surprised if they can it, but I understand why it's in question. I don't think they executed that very well. I think paying off a long-awaited return for 28 years by promising a trilogy and crafting a trilogy based off of no data whatsoever on how the first one coming back was foolish. I mean, ambitious, but foolish. 28 years later being the kickoff to this trilogy, being clearly what's going to be maybe the most divisive of any of these movies, not the best choice. maybe do the sequel divisive, but the first one should have been more of like a guaranteed crowd pleasing kind of thing, just to make sure that we have the fan interest and the money. And I don't even think it was a good decision to release Bone Temple so soon, up to 28 years later, because there's a lot of people that didn't like 28 years later. We're in no rush to see another one. And even the people that did like it, they're not necessarily dying to go see another one 6 months later. And so I think getting two of those movies in less than 7 months was probably not a good choice. The ultimate shame of this is that yet again, and I hope this isn't the case, but yet again, it feels like Nia DaCosta is going to get the shit into the stick because of things that are outside of her control. She made a fantastic movie, and it's bombing because of things that have nothing to do with her or her film. So that's the ultimate shame. But I'm sure we're going to get that third film. Would Sam Raimi be good for a DCU Batman film? I don't necessarily want to see Sam Raimi dive back into comic book movies. I mean, he knocked it out of the park with the Spider-Man movies. And yes, I'm a fan of the third film. And you had Multiverse of Madness, which I like, had its issues, but I liked it. A lot of people didn't. He needs to go stick to horror, do some other original stuff. I don't necessarily want to see him do another comic book movie. Do I think he'd be good for Batman? I don't necessarily see that either. So no, I wouldn't say so. Snowed in here in New England. Well, hopefully you stay warm. Congrats on your fitness progress. Thank you. It's I struggle with the diet still, but physicality wise, workout wise, I'm making good progress. I can tell you've been consistent. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have you checked out the John Wick game trailer? I have. I mean, it's a cool cinematic trailer, but like I said, it doesn't really give you any idea what the game is like. So that doesn't really excite me. Daredevil over Breaking Bad, in my opinion, but both top tier shows. I mean, I love the Netflix era of Daredevil, but even that I wouldn't put anywhere near the conversation of Breaking Bad. And then when you include Born Again, even though I like Born Again, I think it immediately takes it out of the running. But I mean, I appreciate a different opinion though. Will we ever get a full review of Good Luck? Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I'm assuming that's what that was supposed to be. Unless there's another movie with those initials and I'm fucking up. No, I was debating on maybe doing that, but I don't think that video would have done well. And I'm already kind of suffering a little bit from the low performing videos so far in February. And I had already talked about it ad nauseum, whether it was Fantastic Fest or all of my end of the year videos. So I think I've said all I need to say about it. I have an Xbox One, can't play the RE4 remake. I've played 7, 8 in the remake. Should I buy the OG4 or will I be graphically bothered or upgrade? Xbox One. Oh, not an Xbox Series X. I would say to download the original. I think the original ages well. Now you're going to have to get used to some things about the controls and the look of it. Mainly not being able to move while you're aiming, but it's easier to get used to that than it is the tank controls of the originals. So I would say to give it a shot. And obviously it's from a different era of graphics, but it's been up converted. So I think that the graphics hold up fine. So yeah, I would say you'll be fine checking out the original 4. And it's worth checking it out. But I would definitely recommend at some point upgrading because that remake is fucking phenomenal. And of course, with 9 and everything else, like you want to be able to play all that. Thank you. What's your opinion on The Walking Dead? I have a ranking out of all the seasons up to the series finale of Walking Dead. A fucking joke. But I was in love with that show at first. Season 1, season 2, I was like, this is the best fucking thing on TV. Season 3, they started to lose me. As soon as they went to 16 episode seasons, immediately they lost something to me. They had way too much screen time with not enough going on. And then it just felt like it dragged on forever. And the series was structured so weird where like the second half of one season would match more with the first half of the next season. Like it felt like they were calibrated wrong. Beyond that, I was still really invested through to season 6, but I fucking hated that ending. I hated that whole dick tease. You don't get to see who Negan kills. I've heard all the arguments about, oh, TV shows do that all the time. No, there's a difference between a cliffhanger where you've resolved the story of the season, but you give something to be like, oh, we got to see what happens, versus building up to something for 16 fucking episodes and then saying, haha, see you in 3 months or however long it was. That was cheap as shit. Then they won me back with the very next episode because I thought it was like shockingly brutal. And I was like, whoa, I got to see what happens with this. And that was the worst season of Walking Dead up to that point. Nothing happened after that episode. It did win me back. Eventually, after the series is going to conclude, I finally went back and watched the rest of it. And season 9, I thought was pretty damn solid. And then the last 2 seasons had okay moments. But that was a show where I think 16 episode seasons killed it because they never had enough storyline or character stuff going on to actually sustain those seasons. So more of my opinion on that show is negative than positive, but there is a lot of great stuff in it. Silly request, but is there any way you can toss a star rating along with the movies you only review in the monthly recap? Here's the thing. Yes, I can do that, but I'm actually heading more in the direction of possibly not even giving star ratings at all on anything. Because at this point, it frustrates me and annoys me more than I feel like it's actually valuable. At one point early on, I thought it was valuable to have like a recommendation rating, which is like, see it in theaters, go out and buy it, stream it, fuck this movie, all that, and then complement it with an actual star rating for people that operate more on that wavelength. The problem that I have with the star rating and how it's been utilized by a number of people is that I know for a fact there's a number of people that just skip to the end of the video to see my star rating and fill everything in themselves. And then try to hold me accountable for their assumption of my thoughts later on. Also, having things like if I go out and see, I don't know. If I go out and see We're the Millers 2 and I give it 4 out of 5 because I really laugh. And then I go see the next Paul Thomas Anderson film and I give it 3.5 out of 5 because, it's brilliantly made. The cinematography is amazing, but it just doesn't quite work for me. You get this thing where it's like, well, how do these movies fit together when this is here? You rated this higher than this. And it's like, they're totally different things. So just personally, I get more annoyed with the way that information gets used against me and gets used as a part of the conversation with people that clearly did not even watch the video. But more so, I feel like if you actually watch the review and listen to what I'm saying, the star rating's kind of useless because you should have an idea of where I land. You might not have like, a specific 3.5, 3.25, but like by the time I talk for 20 minutes on a movie, less so with what you're saying, obviously, because that's like me doing a recap. So that makes more sense. This is not directed at you. But if I'm talking for 20 minutes on a movie, by the time I'm done talking, you should know like either I really liked it, kind of liked it, was a little disappointed, or hated it. Shouldn't be anything that star rating really needs to clarify. So I'm not saying I'm going to get rid of it because I think some people just like it being there. It's like it's some kind of comforting thing, but I'm heading more in that direction than using it in other content. So I don't know. I'll mull it over because I understand like for things where I'm talking briefly, it's going to help you to maybe categorize it a little bit better. But yeah, that's just my honest take on that. I get more frustrated with the way that information is used. Hi, longtime fan. You're a big part of why I got into film journalism in college. Well, that's really fucking cool. Curious your thoughts on the current state of film criticism on YouTube. I mean, there's a lot of really good, well-intentioned people that do really well. And I think that it's up to all the individual viewers, just like any other area of the internet, to be able to sift through who's legit, who's got the right thing in mind, who's got their heart in the right place, and who's just full of shit. And unfortunately, because there's so many more people doing this every single day, the amount of people on both sides rises. There's all the more people who are doing this for the right reasons and trying their best, and there's all the more people who are full of shit and rage mongering and hate click baiting. And so I think the biggest concern that I have as far as the state of, not necessarily on YouTube, but just on social media in general, the state of film criticism is the bleeding of understanding between critic and influencer. And to a certain extent, that means YouTube versus TikTok. Not exactly one for one, but you kind of have both being categorized into one now, and they could not be more different. I am completely different than somebody that is contacted by Sony to go to a movie premiere and do a big hype piece video for this upcoming movie and fucking high five Tom Cruise on the red carpet and, you know, get some cool little experience thing and then get flown back home. And I feel like people kind of look at them the same because to some extent, if you're on YouTube, you are somewhat of an influencer, but that's like a subcategory of what I do. That's not my focus. That's just kind of the byproduct. But there's a lot of people that love movies, that love talking about movies, that get a lot of opportunities, have a lot of different motives, have a lot of different goals than me. And there's a number of people that mention us in the same breath when we're not the same at all. I'm not saying that those people are, you know, I'm not saying anything negative about them. They're just different. And so I think that the shame of that is when you have it's for two reasons. One, you have people treat them as the same. And so when you have people that really aren't out there to critique film or really analyze film or do any kind of deep dives, it's just like 60-second little TikToks or whatever and videos of me doing cool shit. That's influencing. That is them hyping up a movie. That is them basically being marketing. That's not them reviewing or critiquing film versus somebody that goes out, watches the movie, and then does a 30-minute video telling you about the cinematography and the story and the themes and the characters and the acting and everything. That's film criticism. And I think some people either don't understand or don't realize there's a massive difference and they just see us all the same and they get lumped into the same category. And it's like, oh, critics are full of shit. You hype this up and it's terrible. And it's like, well, did a critic hype it up or did an influencer hype it up? There's two different things. And when you see, especially on Twitter, early reaction reviews, that's why I'm so outspoken against it, because there's so many people that are full of shit where they go see a movie premiere or they're flown out to fucking Sydney, Australia. And like I said, they're high-fiving Tom Cruise and interviewing Tom Cruise. And then they give this huge fucking this huge hype piece. 5 out of 5, Mission Impossible Final Reckoning is the greatest movie that's ever been made. And like, holy shit, I had a religious experience. And I call it review Mad Libs because you get like 7 or 8 of the same hit words. Tom Cruise is everything. This, like, give it all the awards. It's the same fucking canned responses. That gets lumped in with critics that actually went to go watch the film that might have liked it, but might not have liked it. But they're two different things, two different motivations, two different goals. And so the shame of that is that you have movie studios that have caught on to this. And people like me don't tend to get too many opportunities anymore. Where at one point, being a YouTube critic actually meant there's potential for you to do some really cool shit. And nowadays, they don't want people that give their opinions. They want hype people. They want influencers. And you even see press people like, people that actually work for like Collider, Variety, Hollywood Reporter getting denied access to shit. We've all seen the clips where you get somebody that comes up to Delroy Lindo and a guy who's been working for decades and is finally getting an Oscar nomination. They're like, you're one of the biggest up and comers. And it's like, bitch, I've been working for 50 fucking years in this industry. And it's because that person has no fucking idea who this is. They're just there because, hey, fucking Sony flew me out. It's cool. I get $1,000 for being here or whatever. That's the biggest shame for me, is that there's so much of the bleeding of the two different worlds that are not the same at all. And it's all getting lumped under film criticism when film criticism and influencing are two different worlds. What's your opinion on the 2008 Australian horror movie Lake Mungo? I have never seen it. I just watched Eden Lake. There's 2 lake horror movies I always hear about. That's one of them. I think that's the one that Chris Stuckman said is a big influence for Shelby Oaks. So I'm mildly curious to check it out because of that. But I've never seen it. It's found footage, correct? Or is it? No, it's like the faux documentary style, which I kind of like. It's on the list. We'll just say that. But no, I've never seen it, unfortunately. I've heard nothing but good things. I've never heard anybody say anything bad about it. Bronx Tale or Goodfellas? Goodfellas. Bronx Tale is amazing. That was a first time watch for me last year when we did 31 on 31, the Mafia one. I forget what we titled it. Goodfellas is in my top 10 films of all time. That's my favorite Martin Scorsese. It's my favorite mob movie. So Goodfellas all day. I fucking love that movie. Do you plan on playing First Light? Looks fun. The 007 game? Absolutely. And I hope it's fun. To me, I've been craving a game like that ever since Everything or Nothing. You guys remember that one on the GameCube? It was a third-person James Bond game when all we got was first-person GoldenEye clones, some of which were pretty good. But that game was awesome. And we've never gotten a game like it ever since. I'm hoping First Light is something like that. 3+ hour movie that is visually cool. Are you choosing the theater with reclining seats or IMAX? I have to choose one or the other. Usually they have both nowadays. I'll take both. I mean, if it's a movie that is shot in IMAX, I like to see it in IMAX, but I'm probably going to choose comfort over that because even like regular big theaters look pretty fucking amazing. Like my local theater, it's called GTX. That's like their IMAX Lite, and it's awesome. Like it's the best experience you can have outside of IMAX that I've had. So I would rather go comfort for a 3+ hour movie personally. Best cinematography you've seen in a movie? Oh, I don't have an answer for that, man. There's a bunch of them. Anything that Dean Cundy has made. I mean, whoever does Villeneuve, I can't remember the name of the cinematographer, unfortunately. But whoever works with Villeneuve, all of his movies look like art. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you. That's one I had to sit and like actually dive through and try to make a list and chip away at it. But probably would end up being something that Dean Cundy shot. American 25, shoot off a quick top 5 favorite bands of all time. Metallica, Alice in Chains, Alter Bridge, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. Rapid fire, baby. Cody, when can we get a review of Rubber, a true cinema masterpiece? The fucking haunted tire one? Never seen it. If I get really fucking bored one day, you'll get one. Thank you. I think this is like your third super chat in the last 5 minutes. So thank you for the generosity. I think I know the best way to lose your never having left the USA virginity. You should come to Montreal this summer to go to Fantasia Fest. My wife and I will be, we'll even show you around the city. You do entice me. You do entice me. I don't know if it'll happen this year, but Fantasia Fest is certainly one I'm curious about. And going to Canada is much more appealing than going overseas. So it's very likely going out of the US will be a Canada trip first. So you're on the right track. I watched Crash by David Cronenberg yesterday. Have you seen it? I have not. Another thing I have a big blind spot for. I have intentions to do a David Cronenberg review series at some point. Whether or not that will be sooner or later, I don't know. But I have bought a number of his movies on Blu-ray for the intention of just having it there for when I need it. But I've never seen Crash. What is my thoughts? I don't have any thoughts on that one. The only I've seen Fly, of course, which is brilliant. I've seen History of Violence, which I also love. Most people don't even know it's a Cronenberg movie. And I've seen Crimes for the Future, which is really fucking weird. Eastern Promises, which I really need to rewatch because I watched that for some reason expecting something like History of Violence, and it's not that at all. All I hear is wonderful things about it. But when I first watched it, I was a teenager and didn't really vibe with it. And I've seen Scanners, which is a movie that is very cool, but I think peaks very early on. I think it quite literally blows its wad in the opening. I'm very curious to check out Videodrome next because all I've heard is how amazing and freaking weird that movie is. Why did I just say freaking? I don't say freaking. I say fucking. Long Legs and Weapons both have creepy antagonists. Who would make you scream louder if you found them hiding under your bed? Definitely the mother. I mean, the big ass fucking monster with her tits out. Yeah, that would probably make me scream more than Aunt Gladys. Recently decided The Northman's my favorite movie. Beautiful, violent, epic. Love your work, bro. Hope to meet you one day. Hope to meet you as well. Also love that a horror king like you lives in Ghost Capital, USA. Yeah, I don't really capitalize on it much, but technically I do live in the most haunted city in the US, or just outside of it anyway. Hey, old reliable Dale, you stay awesome too, which I know you will. Hypothetical, it's the first time working on a film. What credit would you want? The writer. The writer. I mean, I would love to act too, and I think I could do it, but the writer is the thing that I'd be most excited to do, at least with what I currently have skill sets. You know, I'd love to eventually direct a movie, sure, but I have a long way to go and a lot to learn before I'm ever even prepared to think about doing that. Can you rank Last of Us, Uncharted, and Arkham games? Like all together? Arkham Origins, Uncharted 3, Arkham Asylum, Uncharted 1, Arkham Knight, Last of Us Part 2, Arkham City, Uncharted 4, Uncharted 2, The Last of Us. That was hard. Worst restaurant experience, thoughts on Rocketeer. Worst restaurant experience was maybe about 7 or 8 years ago. We went to Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen, which is a chain restaurant that I always really liked. And they had just the worst fucking day ever. I guess like cooks had left, managers had quit. It was like one of those days where it's like, do not come here, but they can't close. And so took forever to get a table, finally got sat down, ordered, and because it took so long, we already knew what we wanted. So we ordered our drinks, our appetizers, and our food in one shot just to prevent the whole coming back and taking forever thing. We're like, hey, we're good. This is what all we need. Bring the appetizer out first, give us 15 minutes, then bring out the food. We're good. Trying to make it easier for them. Took forever to get our drinks. Never got our appetizer. Eventually, the guy comes over, realizes we didn't get an appetizer, so offers us a different appetizer for free. And it's like, okay, sure. Like, is that on top of the thing that we already ordered? Like, then we get the thing that he offered us for free and never get our real appetizer. And then after like 45 fucking minutes, we finally get our food. My daughter's food's fucked up. My food's cold. My wife's is fucked up. So we just left. You know, I tried to like tell the guy, I'd never walk out. I always, you know, I understand. Okay, I'm patient. I understand you have bad days. I understand people quit. I'm not the kind of guy that you're going to find on TMZ fucking cussing out the hostess. But I talked to the guy who was the server. You know, told my family, just go out, just warm the car up. I'll take care of this. And the guy came over and I was just like, look, dude, like, this is so bad. I understand you guys are having a fucked up day, but like, I'm not paying for this. And so I just want to let you know, like, I'm sorry. I hate to not give you a tip. And he's like, dude, we're having one of those days. Please, by all means, get the fuck out of here. So it was one of those things where like, even they were like, we get it. It's bad. Thoughts on Rocketeer? Never seen it, but I need to because I really like that director. Oh, super excited for Scary Movie 6 because we need a comedy like this for a long time, especially a spoof movie, and I trust the Wayans. Well, the Wayans aren't writing it. That's the thing I didn't realize. Or excuse me, they're not directing it. Keenan's not directing it. They are writing it. So it's the director of A Haunted House and the other, I think, one of the other Wayans written movies that I didn't really like. That has me a little concerned. I thought they were writing it and Keenan was coming back to direct it again. And when I found out he wasn't, I dropped my anticipation for this movie a lot. But I hope it's going to be awesome because, like you, I think that if this is along the lines of the first two, this is one of those movies that we need right now. After Naked Gun, especially, it's like, yes, more, please. Going to review Godzilla Minus Zero. We'll see. I don't remember if I reviewed Godzilla Minus One. I think that was just a recap thing, but it just depends on the month. Have you played Resident Evil Deadly Silence? I have not. I have never owned a Nintendo DS, so I haven't played any DS games. It's a remake of Resident Evil 1, also first super chat ever. Hey, well, thank you for breaking your chair on a Resident Evil question. But no, I've never played any of the offshoots, spinoffs, or mobile games. I've only played the mainline games. Thoughts on Mummy Legacy sequel with Brendan Fraser? Thoughts on the franchise in general, especially spinoff film The Scorpion King with The Rock? Scorpion King is okay. The third film sucks. The second film is pretty good. The first film is amazing. I love the first film. My thoughts on a Legacy sequel, I'm not surprised that they're doing it. It was like, when are they going to announce this? You know, Brendan Fraser's hot again. Of course, somebody's signing them checks. I hope it's going to be awesome. I'm very excited about it. Breaking Bad and Sopranos are a 1A, 1B of GOAT shows. I think most people would agree with that. So I'm not nearly as high on Sopranos as most people, but I also came to it very late. For me, Breaking Bad is much better than Sopranos, but I understand if I had grown up watching Sopranos, I would feel very differently. I'm almost positive. But yeah, most people debate between those two when they talk about what's the best show. Are you excited for the Hellraiser game? Curious. I like the fact that it's not just an asymmetrical game and it's actually like a narrative thing. That excites me because it's like I get tired of the asymmetrical multiplayer games. You know, like all of them have done it. Friday the 13th did it, Evil Dead did it, Texas Chainsaw did it. I'm sure we're getting another one. It's like they're all trying to be Dead by Daylight. I love Texas Chainsaw though because you got to be a team of killers. That was a nice change of dynamics. I played a lot of that game, but I don't want to suddenly do that with Cenobites. So I'm curious about it. How do you stop spoilers and DMs and comments? You really can't. I think it's just luck. I don't really have too many experiences where somebody has spoiled things for me. I'm also very careful. Like, I try to tell people, and it takes discipline, I get it. You have to take some personal responsibility for spoilers to an extent. Like, people are assholes. People that have early access to a game that are spoiling it, like, fuck them. They should never get access ever again. But you have to take a certain amount of responsibility of when you hear whispers about that, stay off the internet, which is very difficult for me to do because my career is online. So if I can do it, you can do it. So like when you have like Scream 7, stuff like that. Like I don't go onto Twitter and shit like that right now. And I don't really open DMs from people that I don't know. Like I'm very good and disciplined about avoiding shit. I also don't tend to get targeted too much by assholes. Some of that is just luck. I have had a couple of small things spoiled in the past, but I don't tend to get people where they're like, "Oh, Cody's a Resident Evil fan. Let's fuck this up for him." So some of that is luck, but I do think that it's a certain amount of discipline of just not wildly opening up, scrolling TikTok and Twitter, knowing that spoilers are out there because the algorithm's going to fuck you at some point. If you could direct a movie, what would it be? Well, I don't know if I could direct a movie, but just say if I could be a part of making a film, writer, director, some combination of all of that. My first one will probably be a vampire film. There's a script idea that I already have somewhat colored out. I have another idea that I was kind of formulating for this short story anthology that I'm going to be a part of. That is like a time travel serial killer story that I literally just sat down and all these ideas came to me. It was just like one of those weird creative sparks where I was like, oh, I just opened up Note and just started adding things. That's like already a full-fledged story, bullet pointed out. So there's two things that I already kind of have somewhat in writing stages. What are your thoughts on the Rob Zombie Michael Myers? Any thoughts about me wanting to bring him back in a reboot TV series as a filmmaker? I don't think there's any reason or demand to bring back that version of Michael Myers, and I don't think it would be successful, even with the very loud fans that the Rob Zombie fans are. My thoughts on it, it's an interesting experiment, but it does miss the point of the character. I like Halloween 2, and I get shit for it all the time because it's ballsy and it's unique, and I get that turns people off about it. The original remake, I like the last third of it, but don't really care for much else. But in general, that's one of my least favorite takes on Michael Myers. If you rewatch Friendship or anything else from Tim Robinson, I have not rewatched Friendship, nor have I watched anything else that he has done. Triples makes it safe. Triples is best. I've seen a couple of skits, like the one where he's at the drive-through and he tries to do like the pay it forward thing. Are you a fan of Arch Enemy? No. I'm pretty sure that's one of those. It's the female vocalist that does like the screaming, right? I'm pretty sure that's the band I'm thinking of. I don't really get into any metal where somebody's screaming. Have you played any BioShock games? I have played. I've sandwiched it. I have not played BioShock 2, but I played the original. And I played Infinite. If you got to work on a film, what credit would you like? Writer. Answered that a couple of times, at least to start. BioShock the original, brilliant game. BioShock Infinite, I wasn't as won over by as everybody else, but it was fun. Never played the second game, but I hear mixed things about that one. I'd love a remake of that game. The original, the remaster is very playable, but I think it'd be cool to see somebody do a new take on it. Thank you for showing me Phantasm, a classic. Hell yeah. Summer of '84 review. I reviewed it when it came out. It's on my channel. You can go find it. Very, very positive on that movie. It's one of my favorites of the last number of years. But yeah, I reviewed that whenever it came out. Miss your old background in music. I can appreciate that. There's, to an extent, I understand any frustration, disappointment, or critique about my look, setup, whatever, kind of becoming more vanilla, where it used to be super unique. Some of that is just my taste evolving. Some of that is technological stuff. Like I will not record without this microphone now. I cannot go back to the little lav mic. To me, it grits on my ears when I hear it in editing, the different sound quality. And the green screen was just a pain in the fucking ass to do every single video. I still have it and I still have desire to use it every once in a while. Like if I want to do a skit or something like that, but it's going to be few and far between. But for the most part, me changing to this is for quality reasons as well as comfort to better produce more content versus standing the entire time, being uncomfortable, having to move shit out of the way. I used to always have to have lights and a tripod right here that was always an eyesore in any video I did on a live stream, and I got tired of moving it back and forth. So it's strictly for efficiency more than anything else and quality. But I appreciate that you missed the old stuff. I love that. Music, as far as like intro music and stuff like that, I don't miss that so much, but I get throwback style. As far as background music, that was another thing that just after a while I lost my taste for it. To me, it was like annoying and repetitive in the background. And so because I didn't like it anymore, I just was like, nope, I'm not gonna do it anymore. Ever watched They Clone Tyrone? I don't even know what that is. So no. Sorry. I hate when you I apologize when you guys give me a super chat for something for my thoughts and I haven't seen it because it's like the most unsatisfying answer possible. Um, it's very risky. I'll just say that in the future to send me a super chat saying, have you seen this? Because there's a good chance I haven't. My horror movie GOAT will always be the first Sinister, yet Rotten Tomatoes seems to disagree. Thoughts on Sinister 1, how scary it is. I like Sinister, but to me, the trailer kind of ruined the movie because that trailer is a classic Blumhouse trailer where it shows the whole movie in 2 minutes. And so, despite the fact that I really enjoy a lot about that movie, I've never been able to love it because for two reasons. One, I do think that, on further watches, I have some issues with it. I have reviewed the film and you can hear all those issues, but my first experience was so tainted where I was just like, this movie, I know every direction it's going. I've already seen the end. I've already seen the third act. I know what's going to happen. And so it just didn't hit me the way it hit other people. I wish it would have. Is South by Southwest worth it in regard to films? One gone for gaming and movies, which is fun, but curious about how film experience will be. I live in Austin, by the way. I mean, I've only went last year, so I have a very limited experience, but last year it gave me some very good films, one of which was my favorite film of last year and one of my favorite films that I've ever seen. So to me, it's more than worth it. But that's one isolated experience. Like it's going to be different every year. This year might be a dud for all I know. Watched Silent Night, Deadly Night yesterday. It was so damn good. The only part where the movie dropped was killing off the Nazis. Too soft. Or killing of the Nazis. It could have been a little gorier, for sure. It could have been a little bit more brutal. That was one of my few like critiques of it is like I had fun with this, but you could have gone further with the gore. Good day from Melbourne, Australia. Congrats on the channel success. Thank you. Takes balls to quit your 9 to 5 to pursue your dreams. Oh, trust me, that is an understatement if there ever was one. But yeah, so far it has paid off. So I appreciate it very much. The Terminator franchise has tons of life left if they do, if they would just leave Arnold and the callbacks to those old films alone and bring new ideas and lore. I agree. I think that there was a time to do a proper third film with Arnold. And for me, even though I'm definitely on an island and you guys have no qualms with reminding me about this, for me, they did a pretty damn good job at doing that with Dark Fate. But I think now trying to go back to the well and have another Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator movie, it's like just no. And I really like Salvation, and Arnold wasn't anywhere near that one. So for me, the only way I want to see them go back to Terminator at this point is to go rated R and lean more into the lower budget, mid budget horror tone that the first one did. Go back to your roots. If they're not doing that, to me, it's just yet another futile, let's try to outdo T2. And you're never going to fucking do that. Most unhinged behavior you've seen this week? I haven't really seen too much crazy. I think the wildest thing I saw today, it's not really unhinged behavior. It's just kind of like shitty gym etiquette. There was a guy in the gym today that sat his water bottle on one machine, was using one machine, and had his backpack on the other. And luckily, I didn't need to use any of those machines. Otherwise, I absolutely would have been like, what's going on here? But that was the weirdest thing to me where I'm just like, how much of an ass do you have to be? Like, yes, there's such a thing as supersets where you do 2 exercises back to back for efficiency's sake, or you got like, only so much time to work out. Cool. Respect that. And it should be easy enough for somebody to say, hey, can I work in with you and not have an issue? But to take 3 machines or give the facade that you're using all 3 of them, so somebody walks up and sees something and just gives up and does something else, that's fucking weird. So that was the closest answer I can give you to that one. But that's just more just dickish behavior. I want to lose a little weight. Any simple tips? That is the blind leading the blind, my friend. You cannot lose weight without a diet. You cannot diet without exercise. You cannot exercise without dieting, without hitting a plateau at some point. It's just the cold, hard truth. So I would say either cardio or some kind of a weight routine. You have to get some kind of a workout routine. And as far as diet, the only way that I have ever been able to successfully, consistently lose weight, which I've since kind of fallen off the wagon on and really need to get back to soon, is something I said I would never do, which is counting calories and measuring your food. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds like it's a pain in the ass. It sounds miserable. And it's a pain in the ass for like 2 days. Then you get used to it. But buy a little kitchen scale, look up some high protein meal ideas, get a lot of simple substitutions like carb balanced tortillas, keto buns, protein pasta, things like that, where you can kind of eat some of the things that you like, but you're not eating all the extra carbs and starches and sugars and shit. Make a lot of protein, fresh meat, whether it's ground beef, lean ground beef, steaks, chicken, fish, whatever, and meal prep. And there's a ton of meal prep, high protein ideas you can find on TikTok, YouTube, Google searches everywhere. So you can do things like, making like a lean meatball spaghetti type thing with protein spaghetti using a sauce that's not too high in sugar. You're going to have to compromise on flavor a little bit, but if you get disciplined, it's not going to bug you. If you have to get to the point where food is fuel and not enjoyment and entertainment. And that's where it's hard for me because I fucking love cooking and I love eating. So it's hard for me to take something that is quite literally a form of entertainment and just look at it as scientific fuel. But you have to do that and get an app called MyFitnessPal. You can look at other apps, but that's just one I used. And count everything that you eat. It has all the things preloaded for most things in there where you can scan barcodes or you can just get close to estimating. Go online and find a calculator where you put in your age, your height, your weight, your activity level, and it will tell you a close estimate at what your maintenance calories are, which means you eat this, your body fat and everything stays exactly the same, and subtract 500 calories from it and use that as your goal. Mine was like around 2,500 calories was my maintenance calories. And so I did a strict 2,000 or less calorie diet for like 6 months. And for the most part, I had pretty good success with it. It got a little tough sometimes. You do get a little bit burnout sometimes with food. Sometimes you get sick of cooking and meal prepping. But if you get into a routine, within 2 or 3 weeks, if you're really dedicated, you can stick to it. You could remove a movie from a horror franchise and then replace it. You were the new director. What would it be and why? Wow. Halloween Ends, I guess. Just off the top of my head. There's probably something else, like Freddy or something like that I'd be more passionate about. Actually, Seed of Chucky. Fuck it. Let's go bold. If I could remove Seed of Chucky. Because to me, whether you appreciate post Seed of Chucky franchise or not, it is undeniable that that was the point in the Chucky timeline that things were forever altered. Chucky was never a theatrical franchise again. They were VOD, then they were TV. Now they're doing some kind of, I think maybe even crowdfunding for the movie. Don't quote me on it. But yeah, that's my answer. Do you have a horror movie concept you think would make an awesome film? I have 2 as of right now. One of them is a vampire storyline about a father and a son. The other one is a time travel serial killer story where parenthood is going to be a big theme in my storytelling, I can already tell. But it's an idea where I literally just was trying to think of an idea for a short story, and I just hammered out this whole thing that's way too ambitious for a short story, so I'm just going to pocket it. But it's basically the kickoff or the elevator pitch is a father that alters the past to save his child, and then through his change into the past creates a serial killer. So now has to use his time travel abilities essentially to try to solve this and stop this person. And like a really like 7-level gory fucked up version of that. Do you feel were to remove a movie you feel that single-handedly ruined a franchise and got to replace and direct it, what would it be and why? I think that was the same question asked twice. Seed of Chucky. Again, maybe I would make a film that was worse than Seed of Chucky. I have no experience, no reason to beat my chest, but that is the franchise that I love the most that was forever altered by a bad movie. even more so than Nightmare on Elm Street. And so that's the one where, like, if I could see the alternate version of Time, if Bride of Chucky and Seed of Chucky were more kind of close in quality and reception, I'd want to see that. Jay from Wham has a bro named Cody. Always thought it was you. Oh, nope, it wasn't me. Are you going to MegaCon Orlando? I am not. John Carpenter's going to be there. I know. I got kind of a I've got kind of a bad taste in my mouth for MegaCon because of the way that they did me and Sean after doing so much fucking work for them and them just not valuing it at all. That doesn't mean I will never go there, but it's unfortunately gonna MegaCon is happening the day after I get back from South by Southwest. If it was like a week or two later, I probably would go for that reason alone. That, and you have, um, uh, fuck, is it Tommy Wallace, the director of Halloween 3 and the It miniseries and everything's going to be there. They're doing group pictures. Yeah. If you're going, have fun. Up and coming filmmaker doesn't want their first movie to be looked back on as their weakest work, but it's almost unavoidable. What do you think? I don't think it's unavoidable. I think there's plenty of filmmakers that actually think their first film was their best. Like David Fincher. I think a lot of people think Seven is his best. Quentin Tarantino. I think there's probably a lot of people that would say that Reservoir Dogs is their favorite. So it's not a rule. It's definitely probably more often than not because you're working with lower resources and less experience, but not always. Darren Aronofsky's AI series hurt his career. I think so. I don't know a lot about it, but I know all I saw was like, what the fuck are you doing reactions. So I think so. But then again, Hollywood never really seems to be that accountable with themselves. When it comes to political shit, absolutely. When it comes to shit like that, they're pretty easy to forgive each other and be like, that never happened. We're good. Did you ever watch Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles? I did not. Thoughts on the show ending on a cliffhanger? Unfortunately, that happens more times than not. If they had not ended on a cliffhanger, I guarantee you I would have watched it. But after it was canceled and I kind of gained interest in checking it out, and like my buddy Brian Lomax said that it was really solid, I will not invest my time in a show if it doesn't have an ending. To me, it's pointless. Favorite Scream Factory release? Probably the Friday the 13th box set. That's like one of the sexiest fan service, like badass things I've ever seen. Any opinion of the current pace of Evil Dead releases? I'm glad to get more Evil Dead, but I worry WB is going to milk the name with unnecessary movies. I want to know what we're building towards because I liked Evil Dead Rise. I'm very excited and curious about Evil Dead Burn. They just announced Evil Dead Wrath is about to shoot. But for all intents and purposes, from what we know now, they're all like just one-offs. They're all just like side stories. They're isolated movies. They're not necessarily sequels or continuity to any of the other movies. It's not like Ash or, even Mia from the remake is going to show up. And I feel like at some point they are going to have to kind of come back to North Star. If we're just doing offshoots, with the exception of figuring out sick ways to dismember people and giving us a new setting, there's not really a whole lot you can do with the Evil Dead template after so many movies. Evil Dead Rise was the first one where it's like, we're doing Evil Dead, but we're getting out of the cabin. Cool. Worked for me. Some people didn't. Then you have Evil Dead Wrath, which I know, or Evil Dead Burn, which I don't know shit about aside from the director. And all I can assume with that is it's going to be the same thing. We're going to do Evil Dead, but we're going to do it somewhere else. Hopefully cool. Wrath, probably the same thing. So what are we building towards? Is Ash going to come back in at some point? Is Mia going to come back in at some point? Are all these movies going to converge at some point? Like, where are we heading? Or are we just doing isolated projects? That's my only concern with, them milking it, is taking all the goodwill out of the franchise just to like quantity over quality, maybe. What are your top 3 least favorite Robin Williams movies or performances? Least favorite. He did a movie called The Night Listener that really didn't work for me. I don't really have like a collection of least favorite. Like most of what I've seen from Robin Williams is fucking awesome. Yeah, I guess I'll Google his name or whatever. Maybe I'm thinking Robin Williams. Oh, come on now. Where's just his fucking movies? Discography, acting credits. All right. Hmm. Yeah, I've seen all these. These are all good. Toys, I guess, but I don't like hate that movie. It's just I don't know, it didn't do a lot for me. Um, I only saw it once when I was a kid, but Father's Day, I don't remember being that memorable. Bicentennial Man didn't get a whole lot of out of that one. Um, yeah, beyond that, I don't want to spend too much time on the one question, but beyond that, everything else I've seen, I really like. I haven't seen, probably half of his movies, so I'm sure there's some bad ones in there. But I don't really have like three least favorites. Like, Robin Williams is, very beloved in this household. Are you disappointed Weapons isn't up for Best Picture? Not really, because it doesn't have a shot in hell in winning. I only like when people say snub, I think too often people are like, this is something I like that I would think would be cool if it got nominated. So it's snubbed. It's like, to me, a snub is if I genuinely think it has a shot at winning and it's not even mentioned. Like Tony Collette, Hereditary. That's a performance that could win, wasn't even nominated. Weapons, to me, it was a snub in the screenwriting category for me personally, because I think that was a script that could win. Not for Best Picture, though. Doesn't have a shot in hell. Hey, Cody, love your channel. What's your favorite wrestler performance in a horror movie, and why is the correct answer Roddy Piper in They Live? Because it's one of the only good ones. I don't know if I'd say They Live is horror. That's more sci-fi to me. But regardless, for the joke, yeah, that's a good performance. Love your channel. You're always honest. On the note of film reviewers on YouTube, there's many who feel dishonest and do it for culture war BS. I mean, there's that side of it too, but I don't even mingle with that side of YouTube. Yeah, the fucking 10,000 videos about Brie Larson being the worst, and every video game that's announced, if the character's not, got double D's, then it's woke shit. All those fucking people, like, they might believe a little bit about what they're peddling, but make no mistake, they are quadrupling down on everything because they know that there are people out there that want to hear that and only want to hear that. And they're literally mining you, probably nobody in this chat, but they're mining those people for money. That's it. And if they were honest, they would admit to that. But yeah, I don't fuck with that whole side of YouTube. $4.99. Thank you. Woo, we got four more. All right. At the end of every review, you say, don't be assholes. How much hate do you actually get that the rest of us don't see? How you deal with it? For every comment, tweet, thing that I address in a video that you guys know about, there's 100 more that you don't. I've gotten a lot better as I've gotten older and done this longer about ignoring and letting a lot of it roll off my back, just blocking people, muting things, deleting things, getting rid of it, just wiping those fucking people out of my life. But there's some every once in a while that just my personality type, I got to fight fire with fire. So sometimes somebody will say the right, wrong thing in the right moment, or they'll talk about something that I feel like needs to be addressed, or it'll be just some outlandish shit, like some crazy fucking bitch trying to tell me that I'm racist for not liking a Wes Craven movie from the 1990s, like stuff like that, where it's like, okay, I'll dedicate 90 seconds of my time to addressing this, or at least, in that case, addressing everybody that addressed it for me, and I didn't even have to speak up. So there's certain times where I feel like you can't always ignore. You can't always ignore the trolls. That's what everybody always says. Don't feed the trolls. Don't give them attention. It's like, yeah, for the most part. But sometimes you got to swat people. Sometimes you got to fucking knock them down and show them that they're, it's quite literally bullying. Like, we don't like to call it bullying as adults. I think people think bullying is like some kind of a pussy term that you're not allowed to use anymore because you're not kids, but it's literally bullying. So sometimes you got to fucking punch a bully in the nose. But there's most things that I see, and I'll be honest with you, it's not all the time. Overwhelming majority of people I interact with online, comments, everything are cool. Places like Reddit, there's a lot of hate for me over there. I don't go on Reddit. But as far as the places, the circles that I roll in, it's mostly positive. It's mostly awesome. And for all the times I've been meeting people and been shown up in public, I have never had a negative interaction once, which is also validating that anybody that acts like they have balls behind a keyboard does not in real life. But yeah, how do you deal with it? I mean, I've got a pretty solid, you know, I've got pretty tough skin. I've got a pretty solid confidence. It's not. It's very hard to get me down on myself. I'm very self-depreciating as it is, so it's like I kind of take the wind out of the sails in that regard. Once in a while, there will be something, especially if somebody mentions my family. That's something that just immediately I'll see red. Luckily, that's only happened a couple of times, but unfortunately, it has happened. But how do I deal with it? I delete, mute, just try to get all of it out of my way as much as I can. If things get ramped up a lot, like once in a while, like hopefully will not happen with Scream 7, but like Happy Gilmore 2, for a minute there with Iron Lung, where it's just like, okay, there's just a whole truckload of fuckery, then just log off for a while, focus on the things that actually matter, come back after the dust settles. But I'll never be somebody that's able to let all of it roll off my back. Sometimes I gotta punch a bully in the nose. Just wanted to say I'm a huge fan. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. What's your favorite Coen Brothers movie? By quite a lot. No Country for Old Men. Love the channel. You put me on to some of my favorites. That's good to hear. Ferris Bueller, way better than Planes, Trains. And you fucked it up. You fucked it up right there. In my opinion, I think Nathan Fillion should have been Hal Jordan. I don't think it matters. I'm not a big enough Green Lantern fan to care which Green Lantern he is. But yeah, anyway, all jokes aside, Planes, Trains all day. What are your thoughts on a Poppy Playtime film adaptation? I have no idea what Poppy Playtime is. What the fuck is that? Poppy Playtime. Episodic puzzle survival horror video game. I mean, that creature looks kind of creepy, but it also just kind of looks like a Muppets version of Five Nights at Freddy's. So I don't know what demand there would be for that. I don't know how popular that game is. I've never heard of it. All right, guys. No more super chats, please. Thank you so much for the massive, massive amount of generosity. Like, I by no means am I complaining whenever I look and see there's so many super chats. Like, it's a fantastic problem to have. We've been talking for 4 hours, and most of it was all super chats. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much. But please, no more. All the generosity in the world, I appreciate it, but we're good. Now I'm going to spend about 10 or 15 minutes just asking or answering general questions before I log off. I did not plan on doing this for 4 hours, but that's how long it took to get through super chats. So it's 8:09 here. I need to tuck my daughter in at 8:30, so I'm going to go until about 8:20, 8:25. What's the total on that? Dude, I don't know. I have to see what chunk YouTube is going to, bite out of my ass on that one, but I won't find out for a couple of days. RE3 remake stream, probably not tonight because I'm doing this for 4 hours plus, and then I'm doing a Patreon stream for an hour and 2 hours. So it's going to be a full night of live streams without that. But I'm finishing up RE5 hopefully tonight, which I played solo, and then RE3 will definitely be tomorrow. All right. I wish Wham did more 4-hour streams. I get why they don't. It's exhausting. Trust me. I only have the energy to do one of these like every couple of months because it will wear me out. I fake it well, but when I'm done here, my voice is going to be like gravel and I'm going to be exhausted downstairs. Only 4 more days to Resident Evil Requiem. And your thoughts? What do you think will happen? I don't want to speculate because I don't want to potentially spoil things for somebody with my predictions. And I don't want to set up my expectations to be disappointed. So I just want, all I know is one half of the game is going to be like Biohazard. The other half of the game is going to be like Resident Evil 4. And you get to play as Leon. And at some point we get to go to the RPD. Fuck yeah, I'm there. That's all I need. Everything else, I want to be surprised. Have you ever done a video on your guitar collection? No, it's not really a collection. It's worth a video. I don't have any super expensive guitar. I mean, some of these are hand-me-down acoustics and stuff. And then I have an LTD, which is like the Epiphone of ESP. That was my first like bought guitar that I saved up for. And then I have a Mark Tremonti SE model. So really only 2 guitars that's even halfway worth showing off, but there's nothing fancy over there. Basically, it is a Muppet version of FNAF. Okay, well, there you go. Still doing a Patreon live stream in 2 hours? Yes. Yeah, I've already scheduled it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't. I didn't expect this to be 4 hours long, but I've already promised that, so we got to get that. The stream kept freezing earlier. Well, that's not good. Uh-oh. Shit. I hope that was only on your end. That's the thing about the super chats. It's hard. I can't have two chats open. So if anybody's just like, hey, you're freezing, you're lagging, that sucks. Fuck. That bums me out. I think I got one of your last requests on Patreon. You actually liked it. It was Girl House. That was a good one. Yeah. So there was a few. There was a few that I liked, but otherwise they're like, you know, can you watch this like one of the worst rated movies ever? Fuck me. Are you going to do more video collabs? Yeah, for sure. There's none planned at the moment, but for sure. All right. Really want to start creating content myself. Any advice? There is a video on my channel called just search like Cody Leach how to start a YouTube channel. You'll find that. You'll find some panels that me and Sean Chandler did at different cons that'll have all your answers. Is usually Mondays your live. I don't have a scheduled live. I very rarely do lives. Today it was just like a random spontaneous thing because there hasn't been much to talk about in February. And you could tell I haven't done one in a while because woo, whole bunch of questions. Let's see here. Watch Disturbing Behavior and a recommendation of the night. Fun movie. It is a cool one. It is a cool one. 31 on 31 for Twisted Childhood films. I mean, I guess the only possibility is when we get 31 of them, but I don't have any interest in doing that. Although they'll probably be at 31 by next year at this rate. 4 hours of just super chats is impressive, though we made it through. Oh my god, man. Are you the only mod that was here the whole time? I need to get some more mods. I'm sorry, dude. It's usually so much more manageable on the gaming channel, but I guess some of those mods over here aren't mods over there aren't mods over here. And I don't go live long enough to, often enough for me to select mods because the overwhelming majority are screen names I don't recognize. Let's see here. What would you prefer, Midsummer 2 or a new Nightmare on Elm Street sequel? I mean, come on. I didn't even like Midsummer, so. I'll check it, Raven. But that's unfortunate. I think Requiem is taking the Code Veronica route with switching characters. Yeah, that's cool with me. What amps do you use? The only one I've ever owned is just like a little solid state amp. It's a Randall, an RG100 SC. I've never bought like a full on cabinet or tube amp or anything like that. I don't play enough anymore to even justify spending that money. Go-to movie snacks. I don't typically eat at the movies. I just get a drink, but of course popcorn, and most times it's combos with candy. I like Sour Patch Kids. That wasn't just me. Is respect earned or owed? I think for elders and people in certain positions, there is a certain amount of grace you should give where it's like you should give respect right off the bat, assuming that they deserve it, but it's absolutely earned. So if somebody shows you, and they'll show you very quickly that they don't deserve respect, then they have to now earn it. Like if you have an elder, if you have somebody that's a manager, a boss, or just whatever, a veteran in whatever you're doing, somebody from the military, I think you should lean into giving that respect with the hope and expectation that there's somebody that deserves it. But as soon as they show you that they don't, then now they have to earn it. And there's a lot of people that just think I can treat you anyway, but because I'm one of those things I just listed, then I deserve respect. And it's like, nope, sorry, now you got to earn it. Yeah, there was some bad frames that eventually fixed itself. Well, hopefully it didn't go on for too long. Freeze was fine, not a big deal, only for a bit. Okay, that's good. Let's see here. When am I going to see Clerks? I'm not sure. I know that's one that I need to see sooner than later. There are 31 and 31 soon. You won't see another one until October. Let's see. Who's winning the movie draft? You, Sean, or Adam? I think I got this one. And I don't know how it worked out that way because I kind of got fucked. We had to do the random thing or whatever, and the way that Sean wanted to do it, I was basically never going to get first round pick. And so to me, I was like, okay, well, you guys are just going to steamroll clearly. Like I'll get the third best movie, and then after that, it's just going to be leftovers. And I don't know what happened. Where like Adam just decided to punt the safest bet, which was Doomsday for Michael, which is a really I would have picked Michael. And then he just really stuck with animated film. So I think specifically because of Adam's very risky dice roll, I got a lot of movies that I should not have gotten. So I think I got that one in the bag. What's an underrated album that you love, doesn't get talked about much? Both of the albums from the 2000s both not from the 2000s. One of them is from the 90s. Both of the Ripper Owens albums from Judas Priest catalog. So Jugulator and Demolition. Even the band doesn't acknowledge them. There was two albums and two live albums that they did when Rob Halford was not in the band, and people act like they don't exist or they shit on them just because it's not Rob Halford. And look, nothing but love to Rob Halford, fucking metal god for a reason. Tim Ripper Owens is the shit. Those two albums are phenomenal. They're some of the heaviest stuff that Judas Priest has ever done, and they're so unfairly treated by even the people that made them. Oh, man. Peaked at nearly 800 views. I saw that. It got pretty heavy for a while there. And people said, oh, shit. Yeah, he's not reading anything except super chats. Bye. Oh, we got two more super chats. Okay, well, these are going to be the last two questions, guys. Can you please do a video for Shadow of Vampire with Willem Dafoe? I'm not going to say never, but it's not at the top of my list anytime soon. I am curious to see that movie. It's about the making of Nosferatu, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm curious about it, but I wouldn't expect a review anytime soon. Maybe I'll talk about it, I don't know, in some way. If I love it anyway, maybe I'll talk about it. But yeah. Even with all the failures of Resident Evil shows, movies, do you think they could do an episodic season of just the mansion incident and keep it faithful, or is it too late? No, it's not too late. They could absolutely do it. They almost did it with Welcome to Raccoon City. They just, for some reason, decided to do two movies in one, and they were both cannibalizing each other. I don't think it would be difficult at all for them to figure that out, as long as they got a good writer, some good actors, and stayed faithful to the source material, cleaned up some of the cheese. But absolutely. And the final question, thoughts on Crime 101. I thought it was fun. Honestly, I haven't seen it. Twice this month, and I haven't done this since I've gone full time. I was scheduled to do a double feature twice this month. And then the first movie was so rough that I was just like, I got to go home. I can't do another movie. So Crime 101, unfortunately, was one of those where I was going to watch Wuthering Heights and then watch Crime 101. And when I got done with Wuthering Heights, not that I was miserable, but I was just like, oh, God, February is rough. And I had an hour to wait. And then to watch the movie, it would have been like 4.5 hours before I would get home. And I was just like, I'm just going to go home. So unfortunately, I haven't seen it. I've heard mixed things. I've heard some people say it's really good. Some people say it was okay. So I'm curious to check it out. I don't know if I'll have a chance to catch up with it before the end of February, though. All right, guys. That is it. I am exhausted. Thank you so much. So I appreciate everybody's generosity for sure. But there was tons of super chats. You guys are awesome. I don't know when the next time I'll do this. As I said, it's kind of a rarity for me, and they get very, very rough. But it was fun. A lot of really good questions. Love the channel. Holy smokes, what happened? Anyway, you make me nervous when you post stuff like that. I was holy smokes, what's going on? I will be live streaming Resident Evil 3 at some point tomorrow. It's not going to be tonight. Thank you guys for the questions. Have a good night. I appreciate everything. And of course, we will do Scream 7 content this weekend. So you'll have a review, maybe a spoiler review if the movie's got a lot going for it and there's a lot of things to discuss. Of course, a movie ranking, and then depending on how good it does, maybe some other rankings. But that's what to look forward to here soon. Everybody have a good night. Now I'm going to go ice my throat.